developmental agenda in energy, in food security, in job creation, and in improving dignity and well-being of all the people of Guyana. These investments are making a real difference in the lives and livelihoods of every single Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, hope has returned to Guyana. Optimism has returned to Guyana, and our citizens are excited about the future of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, while the whole country is excited, there are 31 lonely souls in the opposition that is desperately trying to hold back progress with their false narratives on discrimination and nepotism, and their objective is not about the people's welfare or well-being, but to sow doubts and fear and to derail the developmental agenda. Mr. Speaker, the Guyanese people are tired of these false prophets with their false narratives. They see through the bold attempt to rewrite history, but whitewashing the past cannot cover the incompetence and mismanagement of the PNC and the AFC. At the core, they are rotten, and they would remain, and those who remain with them, and those who associate with them, and those who listen to them will be devoured by them. This is not the Guyana we want. This is not the Guyana we deserve. We want a Guyana where everyone will work together to transform this country and where all of us can share and enjoy prosperity. And that prosperity is when we have one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, we heard from two of the speakers on the opposition benches. We heard the Honorable Kemraj Ramjatan once again showing his scant regard for the sugar industry and the sugar workers. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the sugar workers would have done to this honorable member, because in almost every budget speech, he would find a portion of that speech to ensure that he attacked sugar workers and their families. We just heard him this morning. What did he say? He said that the APNU, meaning the PNC and the AFC, was very proud to right-size the sugar industry. What did he mean by that? He meant that they retrenched or fired 7,000 sugar workers, which meant if an average sugar worker family is about 4 persons in a family, 28,000 persons were left on the breadline. And that is the legacy that he is proud of. That is the legacy that he comes every time we have Parliament and talk about right-sizing the industry. And when we try our best to resuscitate the industry, to give people a livelihood, to bring back dignity to those families, every time he comes here and he would say that we are throwing good money after bad money. This is the honorable member who once, when they were campaigning before 2015, went out and told the sugar workers that they will increase their salary by 30%. And now, when they got into government, that is how they repaid the sugar workers. But it is not only that, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the years of APNU and how they devastated the sugar industry, in 2015, when we left government, the growth in that sector was 6.9%. In 2016, under the stewardship of APNU, it dropped to minus 20.6%. And then in 2017, it dropped further to minus 25.2%. And in 2018, it went to 23.8%, all minus growth. 2019, it was minus 11.8%. And then 2020, minus 3.7%. This is the legacy. This is how they have destroyed the sugar industry. And then he comes here and he said they don't have money. And they're working, or they were working with a very small budget. But what small budget were they working with? When you look at the various funds that you had in the economy, the Forestry Commission Fund, what did they do with those monies? They raided the fund, spent all the money, and then when we got back, there was nothing there. What happened to the other funds like GPL? They spent all the money out, and again, now they're crying that during their time, they did not have money to spend on sugar workers and other sector of the economy. If we really look at what they did during that period, they would have spent close to $1 trillion. And what do they have to show for it? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. He came here this morning to tell us all of a sudden that the fisheries industry is on a decline. But if we go back to the stats and go back to the records, what do we find? In 2018, under the APNU, the fisheries industry declined by 8.4%. In 2019, it declined by a 0.7%. And then, well, that was a slight increase from where it was in 2018. But then, by 2020, it made a major dip to minus 17.1%. The decline of fisheries did not start with the PVP. The decline in fisheries started with the APNU and the AFC. And this is what we are working to correct. This is what we are doing. Then the other member, who didn't want to say perhaps that he's APNU, he said he's GAP. And he had a lot of gaps in his presentation. One of the things that he said was that we must get our knees off the necks of the indigenous people. And one would think that during his tenure with the APNU, he would have been robustly defending indigenous people's rights in this country. But what he stood here today and did was to offer excuses upon excuses for the way that the APNU, the way that the PNC, the way that the AFC, the way that the GAP treated the indigenous people of this country. He came here to say that it is not the APNU who knocked off the CSOs, but he said that there was a letter from a PS on our side who fired these CSOs. But if he would go back and look at the records of this parliament, in 2015, the then Vice President, Sidney Allicock, came to this same National Assembly and said that he was the one who wanted a change in the program so that there will no longer be CSOs, but there will be another program called, I think it was called HAY or something like that, Youth Entrepreneurship Program. And he produced a letter to this National Assembly. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask that that letter be recovered from the records of the Assembly and circulated here to the honorable members. But similarly, I would like to ask the honorable member, Mr. Henry, to bring the letter that said that a permanent secretary from the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs terminated those CSOs. We want to see that letter in this National Assembly, or he should withdraw it and apologize. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back, or I want to talk a little bit about the APNU's tenure in health. In 2015, Mr. Speaker, we saw a litany of promises that were made by the APNU and the AFC. And in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and up to 2020, there were a number of budgets that were presented. And in each of those budgets, the then Minister of Finance made statements about what would be done in the health sector. And I want to recap some of those things. And I want to say, and I want to ask the honorable members over there, where are these programs? So let's go through them. In 2015, one of the things that they promised was that they would set up a pediatric cardiac program at the Georgetown Hospital. And I want to ask, where is that program? It was there in 2015. Up to now, nothing could be produced by the APNU and AFC. We, Mr. Speaker, we have started putting back a program that we had before, which they dismantled. We used to do pediatric cardiac surgeries in this country, and they dismantled it. And now we have to rebuild it. And that's what we're doing. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, they promised us that they would bring a commission of inquiry to study suicide prevention. Well, 2016 came and went, and nothing was delivered. No suicide commission, another broken promise, another promise that went unfulfilled. In 2016, in the budget, they said they would have spent 1.9 billion Ghana dollars for the construction of a state-of-the-art specialty hospital at Liliendal. This was a PPP project that we started, and shortly after they put it in the budget, by the next year, they cancel it out of the budget. No more specialty hospital. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, they also put in their budget that they will build a 10-bed cardiac theater, whatever that means. This was another broken promise, because after their tenure, there's no 10-bed theater at the Georgetown Hospital. Mr. Speaker, they also promised to have a new lab at the Food and Drug Administration, and they budgeted $110 million for the establishment of that lab. But here again, monies were spent, no lab is in existence. No promise. This was another promise that they couldn't deliver on. In 2017, they promised a mental health institute. Where is the mental health institute? Again, another broken promise. In 2018, they told the people of the East Coast They are going to rehabilitate the C.C. Nicholson Hospital. Where is the rehabilitation? Nothing was done. Another broken promise. In 2019, they promised the construction of a new accident and emergency at the Georgetown Public Hospital. Where is the new accident and emergency? Another broken promise. Nothing was delivered. In 2019 again, in the budget, they promised that they're going to deliver a state-of-the-art trauma center. Where is this trauma center? And again, another broken promise, and nothing was delivered. This, Mr. Speaker, is their legacy. This, Mr. Speaker, is a lot of promises, but absolutely no delivery. This is what incompetence and mismanagement looks like. That is why, Mr. Speaker, they are on that side of the House. Mr. Speaker, when you couple this litany of failures with the massive drug shortages that they had in the system, with the Sussex Street drug bond scandal, with the procurement scandals, with what happened at Ocean View, the fiasco over there, with how they shut down the National Ophthalmology Center, how they had no audited accounts at the Georgetown Public Hospital for 5 years. This, Mr. Speaker, is mismanagement, and this is the legacy of the PNC, AFC, and all of them who call themselves APNU. This is what they want us to forget. But we will not forget this sorry past. But our task today is not only to fix what they have left, this broken system, but we are going to fix it and transform it into a world-class healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, fixing the primary healthcare system. Between 2021 and 2022, we have upgraded more than 250 health centers and health posts in every single region of Guyana. We have collaborated with the Pan American Health Organization and developed a comprehensive package of services where we will be able to deliver more than 216 interventions at health centers and health posts across this country. Mr. Speaker, among these interventions would be maternal and child health care, would be working to put better diagnosis for infectious diseases, to also put better diagnosis for chronic non-communicable diseases, to provide immunization for our children across this country, and to make sure that we can also provide eye screening, dental checkups, and screening for hearing impairments. Mr. Speaker, for eye screening, just last year, we started the distribution of 4,500 spectacles to communities in the hinterland. And just to put it in perspective, a spectacle will probably cost between 20 to 30,000 Guyana dollars. We are giving them away for free in the hinterland of Guyana. And as if that is not enough, Mr. Speaker, we have sent our ophthalmologists into the regions where we are screening people who would have eye problems such as cataract, and we make a short list and we bring them out to the Port Morant Hospital, the same one that was neglected by the APNU, and we are doing cataract surgery for those patients. Right now, hundreds of patients have already benefited from that service, and now people are quite satisfied with the kind of eye care they are getting from the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, up to last year, if you had to get a hearing aid, it would have cost a patient 65,000 Guyana dollars for a hearing aid. We were able to screen more than 500 persons across this country, and we give them hearing aid free of cost. And in this budget, we would be providing another 1,000 hearing aids for persons who need such service. Mr. Speaker, to deliver the services at our health posts and health centers, because under the APNU, not much training was done for health personnel. And over the last 2 years alone, we have trained more than 200 community health workers. So much so that in every health center or health post in regions 9 and 1, there are at least 2 community health workers at each of those centers. This is what progress looks like. But not only that, we have given to these health centers rapid kits that can do all types of diagnoses. So we have moved from where we used to do microscopy for malaria to now where you can do rapid testing for malaria. And this type of testing is going to be rolled out at all such centers. And once we diagnose someone with whatever ailment they have, we have all the medicines to make sure that they are treated properly at the health center. In addition, Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, the Ministry of Health would have provided to the hinterland communities, to health centers and to hospitals, approximately 31 ATVs, 14 ambulances, 24 boats, and 9 motorcycles, so that we can improve transportation of the medical personnel and moving of patients. This, Mr. Speaker, is what progress looks like. They had 5 years and they couldn't even deliver 5 ambulances. We were able to do 14 ambulances in just 2 years. Mr. Speaker, but all that I just spoke about was fixing the things that they broke. What we have been able to do, because as I said, we want to transform what we are doing from the rudimentary to a world-class system. And to do this, it requires innovation, and it requires the application of technology. And with this in mind, the government of Guyana has started a remote e-medicine clinic at Napi, at Pariquaranao, at Yupukari, and at Guns. Now, what is this telemedicine? Telemedicine that we have put in there, we have a computer at each one of these sites, and in that computer we have an electronic health record system, and the computers are connected to the internet through satellite, and it also has internet-enabled devices, and it is powered by solar energy. Now let me give you an example of the capability of the system that we have just put in. Guns is probably about 500 miles away from Georgetown. What we can do when a patient goes to the community health worker at Guns, we are able now, first of all, talk to the community health worker. They put in their information. Having put in that information, if she cannot solve the problem, then she can dial up a doctor either at the Letham Hospital or dial up a doctor at the Georgetown Public Hospital. When that doctor comes on screen in real time, if the doctor would like to examine the eye, you can have the camera look at the eye. If they want to examine the ears, we can do so, the mouth. Whatever it is, we can examine that. And if the doctor would like to hear the heartbeat of the patient that is located 500 miles away, then all you need to do is put the stethoscope and he would hear the heart song 500 miles away in Georgetown. And we would be able to make the diagnosis. If we need to do an ECG, we will be able to do that ECG from Guns and coordinated by the doctors at the Georgetown Hospital. If we need to do an ultrasound, the ultrasound probes that we have, we will be able, the community health worker would put the ultrasound probe over the abdomen of the patient, and the doctor at the Georgetown Hospital would be able to see the image in Georgetown. This, Mr. Speaker, is what progress looks like. This is what the new system that we are building. And we don't have it at one place. We have it right now as a pilot in 4 communities in Region 9. And the plan in this budget is that we'll be expanding that so that more and more people can benefit from such service. Mr. Speaker, what about district hospitals? One of the things that we noticed in a lot of our district hospitals was that many of them did not have surgical theaters. And because of that,
Honorable Minister, you'll need an extension to continue to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Etchell. Honorable Minister, yes, you may continue to conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we start fixing the district hospitals. We have added new theaters. Right now, there are about 8 new theaters that have been constructed in different parts of the country. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not only that. Last year, we started putting in X-rays. We have 13 new X-rays that would be installed between now and the next 6 months. They would all be installed, and all of them would be digital X-rays. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we would be building 6 new regional hospitals. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, one of the hospitals would be at Lima, one would be at Dekendron, one would be at Diamond, one would be at Enmore, one would be at Bath, one would be at number 75. And at each of these hospitals, they would have about 75 inpatient beds. We would also have modern theaters, new accident and emergency, new imaging suite, including in each one of them a CT scan so that we can do better imaging. In addition to this, In addition to these 6 hospitals, we'll be adding a 7th at Bartica, and already we have started the design for that hospital, and it will have similar amenities. Mr. Speaker, it's the project started. What do you want me to do? Don't talk about it? I am very proud of it. Yes, we got 7 hospitals now. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we have the pediatric and maternal hospital, which I talked about last year too. That's 256 beds. And it's a top referral hospital when it would be concluded. Mr. Speaker, apart from these hospitals, we also would be introducing new types of services, including what we call telediagnostics, or teleophthalmology, teleradiology, and telepathology. This would cause the turnaround time for samples sent to the labs to be much shorter. Our collaboration with Mount Sinai is going to see operational efficiency at the Georgetown Hospital improve drastically so that patients can have better comfort when they go there. Mr. Speaker, we are also working on our oncology suite, new cardiovascular services. We are also going to be introducing new guidelines for diabetes. In another month or so, you will see new national guidelines for diabetes. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance mentioned the first diabetic center. I can proudly say that that center is now operational at Lusignan. Mr. Speaker, we have many things to be proud of. We have seen, starting from this month, that we will be increasing the salaries for nurses, doctors, and every clinical person working in the health sector. A doctor who has graduated 3 years after graduation would now receive a salary of $450,000. A nurse midwife would now get $220,000 Ghana dollars. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? If you go to their manifesto, this manifesto here is what they said. They said APNU AFC commits to implementing the following recommendation. And the second recommendation, health services including the organized export of nurses. They want to export nurses. We are trying to train our nurses and retain them by paying them better. And that is what we'll start doing from this month. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, starting in the first quarter of this year, we'll be training 1,000 nurses for the health sector. Mr. Speaker, this is what, when we talk about progress and what we have been doing in the health sector, this is what we have been doing. And I don't have enough time to talk about all the other programs. But I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I want to thank the Honorable Finance Minister and commend this budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Health. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Sherwin Holder. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't waste too much time responding to this minister's shallow presentation. All I would say is, if hypocrite was a person, you know, the most telling thing from the minister's presentation was his comment that no no amount of criticism of the budget will change a single number. You know, this is the most telling thing about the difference between us over here and you over there. In the pursuit of one Guyana, it speaks about inclusivity. It's very telling. It got to affect y'all. It must affect y'all. I'm happy y'all responded. Very happy. You know, it's, Mr. Speaker, I beg your protection. You know, the truth hurts. The truth hurts. Mr. Speaker, Guyana is a blessed country. Guyana is a blessed country. We are blessed in the sense of our diversity, 6 races with different religious beliefs, culture, and way of life, and a way of life forged together through various struggles to emerge as one people. We are blessed as to have bountiful resources, any one of which, if managed prudently, can deliver a better quality of life for all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, a wide cross-section of Guyanese, especially our young people, across the political divide, believe that our failure as a nation to realize our true potential lies with the polarization of our society by the 2 elephants in the form of political parties and their inability to work together in the best interests of all. Noting these sentiments, the 2015 coalition government took a different path. The path of inclusivity, the path of non-discrimination, the path on which the resources of this country would have been distributed in an equitable manner, the path on which every Guyanese felt that they were included in the development of this country, and where there was a good life on the horizon for all. Mr. Speaker, this translated into vast improvements in health, not only in the renovation of existing facilities and construction of new facilities, but more importantly, improvement in the actual quality of service and access available to all Guyanese. It translated into a better delivery of education, which we clearly are still benefiting from today. Mr. Speaker, our vision and management of the public security sector saw the professionalization of the Guyana Police Force. There was a stranglehold on drugs. Executions were almost zero. Serious crimes were being solved. And the general conduct of the force was heading in the right direction. The coalition era saw rapid infrastructural development in the form of proper highway roads, community roads, farm-to-market roads, installation of sluices and drainage pumps, etc., all over Guyana without discrimination. Mr. Speaker, I need not explain what we did in youth and sports, as MP Christopher Jones would have been explicit. Mr. Speaker, what we did for public servants, pensioners, I just heard the Honorable Minister trying to bring forward some belated increases for nurses after we would have had to press them and almost throw them overboard in the sea before they actually could have come forward with something for dear nurses and public servants. Mr. Speaker, as limited as the resources were, through prudent management, the coalition was able to breathe new life into this country and to undertake some of the initiatives that the PPP were not able to undertake with the same level of resources. Mr. Speaker, the coalition restored some level of unity, civility, and hope to our society. But the greatest hope emanated, Comrade Speaker, emanated from expectation of what was on the near horizon. What was on the near horizon? Hundreds of billions in revenue from our newfound wealth. Guyana has become a major oil-producing nation, and with a growth of 63.2%, has undisputedly become the fastest-growing economy in the world. But, Mr. Speaker, what does that mean for the small population of about 750,000 people who inhabited this land? Farmers, teachers, nurses, doctors, fishermen, vendors, and even students. Mr. Speaker, our oil wells are currently producing at a rate of over 340,000 barrels per day. That production will soon climb to above 600,000 barrels per day. It therefore means, Mr. Speaker, that as bloated as the voters list is, very soon there will be a barrel, at least one barrel of oil produced every day for every name on that list. Mr. Speaker, the statistics is clear. It's a clear indication that a good life for all Guyanese can be achieved, but it requires a government. It requires a government that has a clear vision and a plan. It requires a government that is willing to put the interests of Guyanese first and above their own personal ambitions and that of their friends, families, and favorites, a term that you all don't like on that side of the house. Mr. Speaker, the PPP's handling of our forced oil budget was an absolute disaster. After their poor handling of the economy in 2020-2021, 2022 presented a golden opportunity to rebound and to place Guyanese on track to enjoy one of the highest living standards in the world. Instead, through their mismanagement, cronyism, and corruption, 2022 was one of the toughest years for the poor and working class families across Guyana. Mr. Speaker, 2022 saw the average Guyanese family struggling to make ends meet as the cost of living spiraled out of control. Mr. Speaker, government ministers seem comfortable in saying to the Guyanese people that it's only food prices that saw a high inflation rate. That's okay for them because their bread is well buttered. When they leave Parliament, when they leave this very house and go to their respective homes, there is food awaiting them on the table. But what they miss, Comrade Speaker, is that the issue of food prices is the most critical issue in the homes of the average Guyanese family. Mr. Speaker, the government claims that food prices were inflated by 14.1%, and this spans out from consideration of a whole range of food items. But if you look deeper, Mr. Speaker, and analyze the increase of critical everyday items, you will recognize that some of these items increased by as much as 50 to 70%. Mr. Speaker, that is a fact. Rice, Mr. Speaker, was around $1,200 for 25 pounds last year. Currently, the price is about $2,100. Can you calculate the increase, Mr. Speaker? Can you calculate? They say we don't know much. I hope you can calculate it, Comrade Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, flour, oil, that Mr. McCoy, the honorable member, I don't know where he bought his special oil from. Mr. Speaker, it would be interesting if he could have stated where he would have purchased that special bottle of oil and the use of that oil. Mr. Speaker, when you visit the market these days, you got to walk with $5,000 to $10,000. A simple cabbage will cost about $1,000 to $1,200. You can't dispute these facts, Comrade Speaker. Those cannot be disputed. Mr. Speaker, the government seems oblivious to these facts. To put a shade over it, the government says, well, prices are stable. Mr. Speaker, stable by no definition means affordable. You know what really frets me, Mr. Speaker? When Gordon Mosley posts on his page, the price of chicken in Baltic is $700 per pound. Their PR machinery, DPI, and Chronicle, quick to say that, that is not so. Come by Border Market on Sunday at 3 p.m. and you'll get it for $500. What a travesty. There's a real travesty, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, budget 2023, while it is 41.4% bigger, it is the same vacuous document being regurgitated from 2022 and beyond. There are two major projects as highlighted by the Honorable Sonia Parag yesterday. The Harbour Bridge, for which plans have been drawn by the coalition government between 2015 to 2020, and then by the PPP since 2020. There is, Mr. Speaker, there is no longer anything flattering or exciting about this, except that the bridge has become the subject of controversy to the point where they seem to have announced its construction before settling on where the finances will come from and what percentage kickback will be available. Mr. Speaker, from the moment the Vice Media clip of Mr. Su in the VP's living room surfaced, these projects began to collapse. Where is Su is the question we must ask. Mr. Speaker, on the 11th of June, the VP called for an investigation. On the 12th of June, that was followed by His Excellency. On the 13th of June, the Honorable Minister, I don't see him in the House, Minister Ben, agreed that there should be an investigation. Today, in January of 2023, we're yet to see the launch of an investigation. Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, yes, where is Su? I turn to the second major project, Mr. Speaker, and that's the Gas to Shore project. The PPP has a long record of incompetence and mismanagement when it comes to youth projects. Keldon Factory, fiber optic, Amelia Falls, you know, my colleagues made mention of it. And so, Mr. Speaker, based on their actions in relation to the Wales Gas to Shore project and the secrecy surrounding it, we know that it is another tangled web. Mr. Speaker, the PPP seems to see natural gas as a mere byproduct of oil production rather than a valuable resource of itself. Why else would you see the type of carelessness that has plagued anything to do with Guyana's natural gas industry? The centerpiece of this mismanagement is the gas to energy project, which is at the center of one of the most controversial pieces of infrastructure in Guyana's history. The coalition conducted an initial feasibility study to assess the value of a pipeline and its best potential. The PPP tore up the recommendations of that study, situating the pipeline at Wales, which cost the country at least an extra $100 million because it is as far from the most ideal location. If that weren't bad enough, Mr. Speaker, they have refused to conduct an updated feasibility study, even though the cost of the pipeline has tripled, Comrade Speaker, since that study was conducted. In what world does a major infrastructural project triple in costs and a government proceeds without urgent reassessment? Mr. Speaker, we have spoken about containerization of natural gas, which could have saved hundreds of millions of dollars, and which an updated feasibility study will help the nation better appreciate. But the PPP is not interested in sober decision-making and thoughtful planning. They prefer chaos. Why do they prefer chaos? Because with chaos comes confusion. And in confusion, there can be secrecy. And we know what else can be derived from that secrecy. There are so many secrets in the gas to shore energy project that it's hard to keep track, Comrade Speaker. Here are a few. What is the unit cost of the gas pipeline? What is the unit cost of the gas the pipeline will supply Guyana? 2, where is the agreement between the government of Guyana and ExxonMobil for the construction of this pipeline? 3, what is the final cost of this pipeline and what provisions are in place to address any cost overruns? It would seem to me, Comrade Speaker, it would seem to me to be utterly crazy to invest over $2 billion on every project without basic questions like these being answered. This is nearly triple the cost of Amelia Falls hydro project, and we know what a disaster that was. This energy project dwarfs Keldon, And we know what a disaster that was. Are we going to keep repeating these disasters forever? If this was the worst of it, that would be bad enough. But this natural gas energy project is riddled with frightening concerns. Here is another one, Comrade Speaker. Why are we working with a Venezuelan company to construct the gas-to-energy plant, given the national security concern? Even if the company does not does its duty faithfully, what is to stop a Venezuelan agent infiltrating the project and sabotaging it? On the subject of this plant, we observed that a contract for consultancy services have been signed between Engineers India Limited and Guyana Power and Gas Inc. But what is Guyana Power and Gas Inc.? What is it? If this company is intended to operate the plant, why has GPL been bypassed? In fact, what is the scope of this new company's powers? This is the type of broad daylight upending of existing systems and institutions that the PPP is famous for. I want to close on this issue with the biggest act of bypass we have seen to date, which is the government's claim that it intends to finance a stake in the gas-to-shore pipeline directly from Coast Oil. Mr. Speaker, this arrangement bypasses the very house we stand in, rendering the National Assembly irrelevant when the government seeks to finance major infrastructural projects. Mr. Speaker, the Public Procurement Commission, Auditor General, Public Accounts Committee are all sidelined in this arrangement. The government is violating the Guyanese Constitution and the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act in a casual, cold, and malicious way. Our neighbors in Venezuela experimented with this type of funding and totally lost control of their finances. Are we to repeat their mistakes, Comrade Speaker? Clearly, the PPP cannot be trusted with Guyana's natural gas sector, and it's an obstacle in the way of progress and development. I now turn to oil. Mr. Speaker, the PPP has turned a bumper year for oil revenues into a bumper year for fear of about the management,
Mr. Speaker.
fear of a...
Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Honorable Minister, yes, please state that.
40, subclause 1. I ask that the honourable member be very careful with reference to and aspersions and allegations or innuendos in relation to a foreign territory which we have a border issue with. The content of speeches warns us to be sensitive on these issues, but in particular with Venezuela, I ask the honourable member to be responsible, sir. I'm asking for him to be responsible in the innuendos he's throwing out to do with a country we have a border issue with, and we're before the International Court of Justice right now. Such statements could cause problems at the World Court. I'm therefore asking the member to be sensitive and careful and not reckless.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mr. Holder, I allowed the Honorable Minister to make the observation. I personally feel you have a right to traverse that area, but experience teaches wisdom, and among the most experienced people in here are the Honorable Member Kemraj and Gail and myself. So I'm sure you are a quick learner. Please proceed.
Duly noted, Comrade Speaker. The only question I would ask the Honorable Minister is if she was... Let me move on. Mr. Speaker, the PPP has turned a bumper year for oil revenue into a bumper year for fear about the management of the oil industry. It is truly stunning how many controversies they generated in 2022 with their shady tactics and disdain for transparency and accountability. Guyanese are starting to understand that they're in for a rocky road when it comes to the oil industry, and that nothing can be taken for granted, and that constant vigilance will be a necessity. Even basic things like auditing Exxon cost oil expenses became the source of public outrage and concern. Recall that the PPP allowed the audit window for over $7 billion of cost oil expenses to elapse. So clueless, Comrade Speaker, were they about the proper management of an oil and gas industry. The Guyana government had to meekly ask for an extension, which was a national humiliation. They have subsequently caused the nation to be apprehensive, and that the audit will meet even the most reasonable expectation while concealing its results for months. On the other hand, they have refused to enforce the requirements for full coverage insurance that Exxon has signed on to in the Guyana's development permits, raising the specter of an unmitigated disaster should there be a major oil spill. We saw Guyana's first oil spill last year as well, and no report on it has been publicly ventilated so the nation better understands, so that the nation can better understand the risks in its face. These are the types of concerns that keep vigilant citizens awake at night. We know that oil is a tricky man to manage and have seen many nations fall foul of poor governance in the sector. Will 2023 bring more of the same? Sadly, this is likely to be the case as the PPP is still to make public the new model production sharing agreement. Already, they have started the year off on the wrong foot. There is still time for the PPP to get its act together in the interests of all Guyanese. We urge them to put their country and citizens first. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention to region number 2. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 is a colossal failure for the people of region number 2. While the Cinderella County and the Cinderella region has traditionally voted in a majority for the PPP, for the People's Progressive Party, they continue to treat them like a stepchild. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing in this budget that is transformational for the region. Nothing in this $750 billion budget that will cause the people of Region 2 to say it is progressing. Where is the regional agriculture plan? Where is the plan to turn around the ailing rice industry? Where is the plan to give the rice farmers the assurance that 2023 will be a productive year for them, and that the millers will not continue to take advantage of them, and the price of paddy will allow them to be able to put food on their tables and to live a comfortable life, at least for 2023. Mr. Speaker, our farmers are struggling. Many have loans which they are unable to service. Many rice farmers are still owed 2 to 3 crops by the millers. The PPP is doing absolutely nothing for them. They love to boast about the one-off flood relief grant as though it was an initiative to propel and advance the rice industry. It has not. Additionally, many farmers complain of being discriminated against and not receiving the grant. Mr. Speaker, there are several social media posts and videos to prove this fact. Many farmers complain that the assistance the government promised in 2022 in the form of fertilizer did not arrive at the time when the fertilizer was needed, and so the effectiveness was extremely poor. Mr. Speaker, I had to chuckle when I heard the minister boast about 2 concrete strips they call drying floors for rice farmers in a budget of almost $1 trillion. Surely that cannot be the prosperity that this government is building for tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, there are 5 programs that fall under the regional administration, agriculture being one of them. When you examine both recurrent and capital expense, there's a clear indication that the budgetary sums will impoverish our already depressed farmers and other producers of crops and livestock. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, there was little or no progress in maintenance of farm-to-market roads, other roads, and trenches. Honorable Minister Mustafa will soon take the podium and twist all the figures, while Minister Edghill will provide the usual sermon to tell this nation that they inherited dilapidated roads and how many farm-to-market roads they would have done to benefit farmers. Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to tell them in advance to shut the hell up and go to the region and find these roads wherever they are. But I will not. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
yes,
Minister.
sir. I rise in a point of order, content of speech. The gentleman just said, shut the hell up. That's what he told Minister Mustafa. That's what he said, sir.
Honorable Minister, I always take the Speaker as speaking to the Speaker. The Speaker speaks to the Speaker. And throughout all the debates, I remind people when they say, you do this, they're admonishing the Speaker. So I'm allowing him to tell the Speaker to shut the M, right? But I'm listening, right?
Mr. Speaker, I hope I can get back my time.
If you continue to incur interruptions, I would get tested to give you back your time. But so far, I note the interruptions for everyone.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. You know, and I'm happy that Minister Edghill is offended. Minister Edghill, don't go away. I have a few for you. It might be a good thing that if we can recall in budget 2022, over 120 roads which would have been identified for completion by the very minister who just walked out. He obviously doesn't want to hear and to face the facts. Mr. Speaker, I have visited a majority of those roads identified, and more than 50% of them have not been completed. More than 25% of them are yet to begin. And so I would be happy if the minister could have stayed and answered a few questions. Mr. Speaker, not surprisingly, the works have not been completed, and in many cases, not even started. And when you look at the budget estimates, Comrade Speaker, when you look at the budget estimates, you will notice that they would have spent almost every dollar allocated. How is that possible? How is that possible? Mr. Speaker, you know, that is like the $22 million that was given to that contractor that the minister came out and tried to curse
But here you're going to have to be careful, because you're saying given to. As far as I know, under all governments, mobilization advances are provided. So it makes like if the minister give this person mobilization, right? Let's talk about the mobilization given.
Provided. Mr. Speaker, the PPP thrives. They thrive on corruption. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, again, the Honorable Member Mr. Ramjatan being a senior person, and he was quoting from a book that mentioned corruption, right? Here now is a direct claim about corruption against the government, right? Please withdraw that.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the PPP thrives on programs that are not consistent with the principles of transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, just last week, and good governance, thank you. Just last week, our councillors asked for the projects submitted by the regions for consideration in the budget. They can't get it. Throughout the year, we ask for bill of quantities for projects. We can't get it. Because if they give it to us, their kickback schemes will be exposed. It is all about PPP, friends, family, and favorites. Mr. Speaker, for the period 2015 to 2020, all contractors were given a piece of the pie. When we left office, there were about 15 Afro contractors and about double the amount of Indo contractors. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, only about only 2 Afro-Guyanese contractors were given contracts. One got $1 million contract and the other got a measly $500,000 contracts, while others were given tens and tens of millions. Mr. Speaker, in the region there is a contractor now that has over $1 billion, and several other friends and family of the PPP that are over $500 million and counting. Mr. Speaker, even the seasoned contractors who would have been about for over 20 years within the region are not given contracts. It's all about friends, families, and...
Okay, again, I don't know about giving, right? This is imputation. As far as I know, there is a bidding process. There is nobody in government who gives out a contract walking around handing out contracts. As far as I know, and it hasn't changed from government to government, is that advertisements, central tender board, ministry tender board, regional tender boards are all in the process. So please, I consider what you're talking about imputing.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, since the PPP took office, there has been an unwillingness in their approach to consultation for projects to be identified and works to be done in communities. So much so that the NDCs have indicated that their involvement amounts virtually to zero, and that they're not even given the bill of quantities so that they can at least monitor the projects. Mr. Speaker, Hoppy Street in Dartmouth, Hoppy Street rehabilitation in Dartmouth is a typical example. They refused to consult with our 5 councillors there. They refused to speak with the residents there, and so they went ahead and changed the road from an asphaltic surface to a concrete surface. Now the road is a foot high above the shoulders. It is too narrow for 2 vehicles to pass. Residents have a major problem getting their vehicles in and out of their yards. And after I would have exposed this scheme, Comrade Speaker, they belatedly tried to slope the edge. And you know concrete don't join, Comrade Speaker. And to the point where it's so sloped that an elderly resident slipped and fell and was injured, Comrade Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And I know to continue, we have to join 5 minutes onto your time. It's now 2:48, so the 4 minutes of interruption that you've had, you've gotten back. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, I move that the Honorable Member be given 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the perpendicular road, the sideline dam that gives access to that road was dug up, and I presume it was part of the project. But now the residents are told that it is no longer part of that project. There is no money there to complete that part, so it's left just like that, dug up and left just in that state. And this is the identical thing. Mr. Speaker, I want to suspect that this unfinished section will provide the kickbacks that they so desire, as a new contract will be created to deal with that part of the road. And the identical thing was done at Affiance, at School Street Affiance. Comrade Speaker, I'm speaking from experience. I visited these contracts and interacted with the people there. Comrade Speaker, there was a $58 million contract there to do the entire street that runs from north to south. From north to south. $58 million. Suddenly, in the execution of the contract, only a section of the road was done, The $58 million was used up, and then a further $19 million was added for the other section. Mr. Speaker, this is the PPP at its best. Mr. Speaker, the health service delivery in the region is at its lowest. Healthcare workers have been expressing great dissatisfaction in the way the government manages these services. Allocations made for the purchase of, and supplies of purchase of supplies and pieces of equipment to enhance health services in the region are yet to be delivered, and in some cases where delivered were substandard. Mr. Speaker, a typical example was the river ambulance purchased by the government at the tune of $24 million, which was clearly not up to standard, as was observed and commented on by hundreds of Guyanese on the Facebook post featuring the Minister of Health cutting ribbons. Mr. Speaker, persons were quick to draw to the government attention that several proper ambulances were commissioned by the APNU AFC minister, former minister, Waldo Lawrence, in Bartica at Linden, to the tune of just $11 million versus their $24 million. But this is the PPP, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, the CHW program pioneered by Comrade Waldo Lawrence, again, was a program aimed at improving healthcare within the region. Comrade Speaker, the PPP disbanded that program and ventured into rebranding it, calling it nursing assistant now. Now, you know, whether you call it community health worker, nursing assistant, it's virtually the same thing. But if Comrade Mahadio wants to claim, and the minister wants to claim that it's a different program and it's so much more advanced, I dare say to them that that cannot be the case with a program which sees persons with no experience being brought in and trained for only 13 months, reducing the program, the time of training to only 13 months, and then you call them, you know, or you claim that it's more advanced. Mr. Speaker, there are so many more things that are going wrong within the region, and time would not permit me to mention all of them. In local governance in the area of public security, crime spiraling out of control, hotspots being created, I will not venture into those at this time. But in concluding, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 lacks vision, a comprehensive plan to transform region, and a comprehensive plan to transform Region 2. As Comrade Amanza rightfully said, the resources are available, but the competence is lacking, Mr. Speaker. As I travel the region, the sentiments that I receive is that the cost of living is killing people, and the budget has nothing for them. I spoke with a 36-year-old single mother, Padmini, from the village of Better Success, who works 2 jobs in order to send her young 16-year-old daughter to UG, and who is paying a rent of $60,000 for an apartment to stay in. She expressed that she was just recently told that due to an increase in cost of living, the rent will now be increased to $70,000. Mr. Speaker, it is these and other reasons that the coalition has declared that it will make UG free again, that it will write off students' loan, that it will provide students stipend to help vulnerable mothers like Padmini. Mr. Speaker, with a $750 billion budget, transformational projects like University of Guyana campus in Region 2 is what we expected to see. We expected to see a shore base being established to deal with the issues of unemployment, rather than a call center, the region being reduced to call center jobs and 40,000 temporary jobs. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, the PPP seems to think that the only jobs that are...
We're now about 2 minutes over the 5 minutes. I thought you were just about to wind down. Please.
Wrapping up, Mr. Speaker. Wrapping up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by saying we would have supported this budget, and the people of Region 2 and the people of this country would have supported this budget if there was a vision and a plan to bring real development and real change to the lives of all Guyanese. And in this current construct, I cannot and we cannot support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker. Before I call on the Honorable Minister of Education, I just want to remind those who are watching our feed and making some comments. We are seeing a lot of race baiting and words that are not parliamentary and very abusive online. And to our viewers, if you continue this way, we will shut down the commentary online. So please, those persons who are making the comments online, keep it very respectful and to ensure that you can make your comments without being nasty. Honorable Minister of Education, it's now your turn. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sir, perhaps we should be examining what example we ourselves might be setting to the viewers online. I know there is a young man who did not even know that we were sitting in this house. He thought we were at National Assembly. I won't call your name, who's horrified at the exchanges here. And this is not a Sunday school. This is a parliament. Parler means to speak. But there has to be a limit to what we ourselves as individuals believe is acceptable in this house. What is our duty here? And I like the fact that we have young persons on the other side. In fact, that's what I said to the young chairman, young-looking chairman when he was elected. And I have to be hopeful that given that he has older guidance, and I have served with Mr. Norton, that there will be some guidance and correction on this type of presentation in the House. Mr. Speaker, there's not much that we have been able to agree on. But I hope that we can agree that this was a well-crafted budget and that the staff of the Ministry of Finance, the minister who performed these duties, did a fantastic job. I particularly like that we have a female director of budget. There have been entire world conferences focused on how women should be involved in the budgetary planning process. And you see when you have that involvement, the various sensitivities throughout the budget. So I'd like to congratulate particularly the Director of Budget and her staff, Ms. Sonia Rupnaut. And while we have not been able, Mr. Speaker, to agree on much, I think we can agree in this House that certain issues cannot be made a punchline. The issue of domestic violence, whether from the podium or from heckles, cannot be made a punchline. In this House, if we are to believe the worldwide statistics, that Guyana has not escaped, 1 out of every 3 women is a victim, was a victim, right in this House. If we are to believe those statistics, we have had victims. And it is both an insult to persons who are currently undergoing hardships in their domestic relationships, as well as frightening to them if we will make issues like that in this House, whether from the podium or as heckles, a punchline. So at least that we can agree on, I hope. I said we cannot make it a punchline. Own it yourself. Decide you are not going to make this a punchline, each individual here, and let's carry on from there. The other thing I hope we can agree, sir, is that education is valuable and that the only way to permanently and certainly change the trajectory of any country and the fortunes of any family and community would be to ensure that any kind of provision that is aimed towards educating communities or individuals is supported. If we cannot agree on those, then we need to have a relook at what our role might be or what we believe our role might be in this House. Sir, I'll begin with the University of Guyana, and attending all these discussions has to be a level of honesty. The honorable member who spoke just before me ended on the University of Guyana and their promises and plans for the students of the University of Guyana, the PPP Civic. It was Dr. Chetty Jagan that started the University of Guyana. We understand on this side of the house how important tertiary education is. And it moved from being Jagan's night school to being an institution that everybody is coveting right now. Mr. Speaker, the PPP instituted fees, and we had a reason for that. Throughout the period of the opposition's tenure in government, where many of these opposition members sat as ministers, they said nothing while university fees, whether they were tuition fees or facilities fees, raised year after year after year on the university students. I'm going to lay over for the House. Minister Indar did it, but I believe it is important for us to have in front of us so that if we have to be urged to remember truth, it is there in front of us for the rest of the debate. UG Council hikes tuition fees by 35%. This is the Guyana Times, sir, of August 7, 2017. And let me tell you what that means for a student, Mr. Speaker. In 2014, the last year of the PPPC's whole financial year, a student who was doing the Bachelor of Education paid $127,000. By the time the coalition left government, it was $220,000. $220,000. Where were your tears then? How much you loved these university students then? A Bachelor of Law was paying $300,000 when the PPP left office. The coalition changed that to $390,000. Bachelor of Engineering, $127,000. By the time the coalition left office, that student was paying $220,000. A pharmacy student was paying $250,000. By the time the coalition left office, they were holding their bellies to pay $340,000. A student of medicine was paying $500,000. By the time they left office, these honorable members here, who have all of a sudden developed this heavy sensitivity to the students of the University of Guyana, were paying $590,000. Mr. Speaker, these are the real figures. The People's Progressive Party is here based on promises made in a manifesto that we went to the people of this country and said, this is what we will give to you to improve your lives. And we were very clear in that manifesto. We got the promises we made from consultation, village to village, home to home, television to television station. And we heard what people wanted. And we said very clearly, we're going to find a pathway to remove the debt that students had already incurred, former students and current students, and we are going to make the university free in the first 5 years. And do you know why people are not worried? Because every other promise we made has been fulfilled. And so political parties have to stand with some amount of credibility when they speak. You cannot say in your budget, in your pre-campaign, say 2014, the AP and UAFC, that we're going to double the cash grant and then get into office and abolish it completely, give reasons for it and expect people to trust you. The children of this country, the students of this country are aware and comfortable that before the end of our first term, the University of Guyana is going to be free. Mr. Speaker, I've heard all kinds of things in this House. I've heard people put a percentage. Someone yesterday, some honorable member, I don't remember who it is, actually said there is a 1.7% allocated towards providing disposable income to the citizens of this country. There is no line item, for my dear citizens watching, called disposable income in the budget. A whole host of measures taken, are expected to, one, lower the cost that people have to spend on their daily living, and two, allow them more money in their pockets. And I hope, sir, to, in this presentation, show all the various ways that this budget, at least through the Ministry of Education, is going to allow people to have, parents and families, to have more disposable income in their pocket, even as we build out a better and stronger future for the children of this country. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the school population was about 185,000 children, and the AP and UAFC government spent $18.6 billion, about $100,000 per child. The freezer's gone on again, sir. And
That's okay, Minister. I don't know who told them to put it on. I instructed that it be off. Thanks.
in 2022, with the phenomenon of COVID, which across the world saw loss of children in schools, loss of school populations, we actually are able to have in the school population 193,000 children, more students, and we will be spending $237,000 per child, double the amount on each child in this country, our Guyanese children. And Mr. Speaker, a large part of that will be spent on civil works. And I want to be very clear. The APNU, when they first, in 2014, and this is perhaps, I heard the most curious statement yesterday by my learned friend, Mr. Region 1, the MP from Region 1, Honorable MP, Mr. Cox. He said, quality education is not about access. Any education has to begin with access. How are you getting this education if there's no access? And I really want him to explain that, because that is an extremely profoundly curious statement. Mr. Speaker, but I understand why he might be saying that. It might be coming from a philosophy. In 2019, $3.7 billion was allocated for the education capital budget. The coalition sent back 58% of that, $1.6 billion, because they couldn't spend it. They couldn't spend it because it's not important. Access and building schools and institutions is not important. That's what the APNU represented in this House within the last 24 hours. It's a philosophy, sir. In 2017, they dedicated or allocated 8% of the education budget to capital works. In 2018, 6%. In 2019, 9%. In 2022, the PPP allocated 23%. In 2023, we're allocating 33% of the education budget towards capital works. And that is because, sir, providing access to the children of this country is hugely important to us getting quality education delivered to our children. This will get us, Mr. Speaker, closer to universal secondary education. And let me say what it is we plan to do. In Region 1, we have to build a school at Hosororo, Kwebana, Waramuri, and Northwest. We are rebuilding. That was burnt by arson. Surely we can condemn that act without any prevarications and ambiguity. In Region 2, the Abram Zool Secondary is going to be finished in about 3 months. In Region 3, we're building 2 secondary schools, one at Tushan and one somewhere on the West Bank. In Region 4, we're going to complete the Yarrowcabra Secondary School that was begun under this coalition government, and never finished. And we're going to complete the Good Hope Secondary School that was again begun under the coalition government and never finished. And just so that we could touch a little bit on the race issue introduced earlier, those projects were not given to any African Guyanese contractor. They were not given to any African. They were not procured. They were not given. They were given, if we talk about friends and family, the Yarrowcabra project was awarded on the 31st of December 2019. on the 31st of December 2019, when the election was scheduled for March 2020. Mr. Speaker, those schools were never completed, as a result of which we still have children. We got the funding for these schools, left the drawing and everything. 7 years later, there are children who finished the entire secondary program and couldn't benefit from those schools, given to friends who are not African Guyanese contractors. We will also be building a school at Prospect for 1,000 children. That is Region 4. In Georgetown, we're going to be rebuilding the St. Mary's Secondary School, the St. George's Secondary School, the Christchurch Secondary School that was just destroyed by fire, the North Rheinveld Secondary School, which was also destroyed by fire, is being rebuilt. We're extending the St. Winifred Secondary School. We're extending the East Rheinveld Secondary School. In Region 5, we've achieved universal secondary. In Region 6, we're building a school at Oriala. In Region 7, we're building a school at Jawala. In the Upper Mazaroon. In Region 8, we're going to be extending the 2 dorms, Paramakatoy and Kato, as well as looking at accommodation in Kopinang. In Region 9, we're building a school at Karasabay and extending accommodation facilities as well as classroom facilities at Aishalton. Region 10 will benefit from, like all the other multilateral schools, our World Bank funding that will see us rehabilitating all the multilateral schools. This is our capital program. I could tell you that out of my head. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, all the dorms benefited from a condition survey where we know exactly which sink isn't working, which tap isn't working, which toilet is broken, which stairway needs to be repaired. And we know across this country where it would make no sense to put down a school if we don't do teachers' quarters. And so teachers' quarters are being built across Guyana beginning this year, and dorms are being repaired beginning this year. Additionally, sir, all the PICs that are under construction will be completed by this year. Mr. Speaker, this is our capital program. The APNU AFC built not one single secondary school in their 5 years. This is 2.5 years into this government. Not one single secondary school in the 5 years was begun and completed under the coalition government. I just forgot to mention that St. Rose's in Georgetown will be completed by the PPPC. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear on the issue of procurement. All of these programs, all of these buildings, all of this capital works, this is how it's done. We put an ad in the papers. We say, hear ye, anybody who wishes to come forward and bid the lowest to do these matters, come. It then goes to the National Procurement and Tender Administration Board, where I haven't gone to any, but I understand there's a public opening of the tenders. Then persons, not the same people on every project, different people selected through a lawful process, go through who is the most responsive bidder that is lowest, and then they award to that person. That is how procurement is done in this ministry. And we are opening any procurement of any item in the Ministry of Education, I would say in the government, but I want to speak for this ministry to say, you can come and examine it. We don't see that back, any of that. We don't see that back until it comes to cabinet for no objections. I have no clue who was given and why. We could ask about why someone who appears to be lower in their bid didn't get it. And there are usually responses for that. Mr. Speaker, once we build these, we will be able to deliver the change that these communities need. So when we hear in this house about equality and equity, we have to match that with action. Those are very nice words, and they look extremely nice as a headline. But you can't come here and lecture us on equality and equity, and you couldn't build a single extension to a single high school anywhere in this country. Anywhere in this country. Earlier this morning, the honorable gentleman from Region 9, Mr. Henry, the honorable MP, said that he was disappointed that the Ministry of Education had not done anything for there are three levels. For the people watching, there are three levels of education in the secondary public schools, in the public school system: nursery, primary, and secondary. I repeat, I would be embarrassed if I were you too. I understand it. I would be embarrassed if I were you too. I repeat, the APNU AFC did not begin and complete a single secondary school in this country. Not. But you sent back $1.6 billion in 2019 alone. I didn't go back to the other things. This year, we spent 99% of the capital budget, thanks to the PS of this ministry, Alfred King, and 98% of our recurrent budget in the ministry. Because not spending means not giving service. Spending means people get served. So, Mr. Speaker, when we deliver these institutions and teachers in the teacher housing, you are going to see that result in a few years. You're going to see students graduating and people being able to manage their lives and participate in this thriving Guyana in a way that you never prepared them for. The opposition never prepared them for. Mr. Speaker, I agree. If we build a school and we don't deliver, what's the point? So we all have to be invested in this delivery. The Guyana Teachers Union, the leader of the opposition members, the parents of this country, the Ministry of Education, the education officers, we all have to deliver. But if we don't deliver, then we need to get to a table and sit down to find out why. We got to sit down and find out why. If you want us to talk about equity, I'll show you equity just now. Textbooks, sir. Textbooks in 2023, we're going to spend $3.7 billion of textbooks, on textbooks. And this will allow us to give every single student in this country, nursery, primary, and secondary, all the textbooks they need, except for the enrichment courses. All the textbooks they need. But it's not only about money. It's not only about money, it's about how you organize that money. In 2021, we spent $500 million, a little bit above $500 million. But in 2021, in the midst of COVID in the world, in the midst of a big flood, we were able to give every single grade 6 child student in this country all the textbooks they need. You have teachers in this house, they can tell you about it. And you want me to tell you, sir, how that helped? This is how it helped. If you look, and this is how equity works. If you look, Mr. Speaker, at the students who are in the dorm right now, the students who are in the dorm at Turkine, in grades 7 and 8, there are 21 students going to Queen's College, the national schools, QC, Bishop, St. Roses, and Joseph's. No. They've always been termed like that. QC, Bishop, Saints, Roses, and Josephs are national schools because wherever in the country you are, if you get the right marks, you get placed there. Then you have list A schools. We need to move away from it. We need to move away from that. We need to go to a place where every child could go to the school near to their home. But we also need to make sure we invest in every school and make sure the standard is the same at every school near to their home. Mr. Speaker, in 3 years on the APNU, the children in grades 9, 10, and 11, the children in grades 9, 10, and 11, number 9. That's equity. Because we gave textbooks, because we gave a cash grant, more children from places all over this country were able to score grades to get into the national schools. If you don't understand how that's equity, we could chat outside. I'd be happy to sit with you. Mr. Speaker, these will also be procured according to the national NPTAB laws. Mr. Speaker, school feeding. School feeding, sir. The APNU AFC in 2019 spent $1.8 billion. 3 out of 50 nursery schools in Berbice received it. 3 out of 50, 3 over 50. 0 schools received it on the East Bank. Mocha didn't get breakfast on the APNU AFC. And Miss Nima, teacher Nima, could tell you in this house that Mocha didn't get breakfast in their primary school or a nursery school. 0 schools in Linden, in Region 10. 0 schools in Region 10 received breakfast under the APNU AFC. That's your equity. Mr. Speaker, under the PPPC, so Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ramjatan is saying, my honorable friend, is saying that we now get money to do it. You got $1.8 billion in 2019. I'm getting $300 million more. But in my government, the PPPC, all children in grade 6 will get it. All. That's equity. That is non-discrimination. That's equality. That is care for children. You don't even know that your neighbors in Berbice didn't get this. You couldn't care less. Through you, sir. You couldn't care less that your neighbors in Berbice didn't get this. You see, Mr. Speaker, this is how we know that the APNU AFC had no care for the sugar workers. You took away the parents' jobs and you started a breakfast program. The least you could have done was to make sure those children benefited from the breakfast program. Mr. Speaker, I don't know. Look, I understand this emotion. If I were them, I'd be ashamed too, sir. I would draw ashamed. If I were the APNU, I would be highly embarrassed of my record also. If you can own your record, then it might tell you that you were on the right foot. Mr. Speaker, every child in this country, 89,945 children will receive breakfast, and that will put more disposable income in their parents' pockets. So there is no line item called disposable income, but this $2.1 billion will go to parents for their children's breakfast meals. On that program, we're hiring 241 cooks and 9 monitors. Do you know how the APNU did it? And I'm willing to give you the names. Let's talk equality now. You give me your names, who were cooking for you, and let me give you my names. That is where you will see equality. 241 cooks, and we have said very clearly, whether you're a comrade PPP or a comrade PNC, if you don't cook for the children properly, nutritiously and quantitatively good, you will have to come off the program. This is how you prepared breakfast. One person in one community was cooking for the whole region, and when they need mayonnaise, somebody from Georgetown jumps in a bus and drives to Den Amstel to give them mayonnaise. That is why it was never on time. That is how it was done. That is how it was done. Mr. Speaker, we would remember too that the APNU AFC said that they were abolishing the Because We Care cash grant. This is after they promised on the campaign trail not only to do it, but to double it and give it to private schools. They said we're abolishing it so that we could give buses and breakfast and bites and boots and growing shoes and something else. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, APNU had given to villages 21 boats. In 2022, the PPP has given breakfast, cash grant, and 47 boats, 2 years after we're in. 5 years, you gave 21 boats. 2 years, we've given 47 boats. 18 buses in 2020. 18 buses. So we heard yesterday from Honorable Amanza Desir that they left the buses to rot. We received, I think the day the honorable member was referring to would have been the PPP. We didn't. We've been giving buses even before the APNU came in. But we came in and met 18 buses. 18 buses. The other member who said, oh, you could take all the David G buses and drop the children to Christchurch was being 1 and 2, people under us, got the textbooks, the teachers, the videos and all that, and 9 in 3 levels under the APNU. Mr. Speaker, we also heard, and I have to say this benefited, the results of these children are directly correlated to the distance education program that we had. In 2020, we had started a learning channel when we left, and you know the APNU AFC said that they would use it for political purposes. I would be happy to lay over after this the record of that. And when we came in 2020, 5 months after COVID had hit this country, there were 40 programs done. There are now 1,800 programs done in 2 years. 1,800 programs, all the grade 6 concepts and topics, all the grade 5 concepts and topics, available now to all, 85% of the Amerindian villages who never had the learning channel before. We gave TV, satellite, and solar power. And in the next 3 months, it's going to be 100%. Mr. Speaker, we have the largest television channel dedicated to learning in the Caribbean. In the Caribbean. Boast about that when you come out of the country. And all of these programs are on YouTube. It was hidden when we came into office. I don't know why you would hide education content. Mr. Speaker, we started also Edu Radio. It is now the largest radio station in the Caribbean Broadcasting Union. We're actually better than NCN. We say that with great pride. The Learning Channel is run by Anisha Muhammad, a young lady in this country, and the Edu radio station is run by Philip Williams in Guyana. I'm extremely proud of that work, sir. And that is the work that has allowed us to reach people where ordinarily, unless you could afford the fancy lessons in Georgetown, you could not be reached. You didn't need money for this. Tell me why you didn't do this. Tell me why you didn't do this. You said we got the money. This needed brain. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member raised the issue of special education needs. So I want to address it very quickly. We have appointed an assistant chief education officer, Keon Chung, and a senior education officer, Nikoya. All 13 Sen schools are undergoing currently a condition survey, so we would know exactly what they need. And we plan to put a Sen classroom accessible in every region, so it's going to be more than 1 Sen classrooms in every region. We also started for the first time a specialization at CPC, where for the first time they have teachers specializing in special education needs. 303 teachers. You had CPC closed when I entered this office, and you did not start a SEN course. Say that to the nation. 303 teachers are registered on that program. We are going to also make the disability center that is at Turkine, the Caribbean's Diagnostic and Treatment Center, which is how it was intended to be. Additionally, sir, CPC is going to, for the first time ever, they're going to be able to graduate more than 2,500 students because of initiatives taken there to go fully, although not solely, online, and have entered 1,893 students when before they could have only done 500. So we're going to have more teachers at a better quality. Mr. Speaker, I will close by saying this. Yesterday we heard about Charmaine. Charmaine is a single mother. She has 3 children. They're going to school. She has this part-time job. Charmaine is a single mother with 4 children, has the part-time job, wanted and was getting these hardships. Charmaine would have been a single mother with 4 children under the APNU, but she would not have gotten cash, $40,000 each, $120,000 for her children. She would not have gotten breakfast for her children. She would not have gotten textbooks for her children. She would not have gotten transportation for her children. So Charmaine's individual condition needs to be looked at. But Charmaine is better off under the PPPC any day of the week and twice on Sunday. Mr. Speaker, if the APNU continues to say that they cannot support this budget, they are essentially saying to the people of this country that they don't want them to get $40,000 per child. They do not want schools to be built in the hinterland. They do not want special education needs children to be served. They do not want buses and boats for the children of this country. They do not want trained teachers. They do not want more teachers. They do not want teachers' quarters in the hinterland. We in the PPP are thankful that our vision is not hitched to the APNU's wants and needs. We would like you to come along with us, and I'm inviting you here openly. Anytime you're ready to work with me, I'm ready to work with you. Open invitation, come anytime. There is much we can do together for the children of this nation. But I'm also saying this to you. If you're going to cut your nose off to spite your face, if you're going to try to harm the children to gain cheap political points, we will do this alone, because our duty is to serve the children of this nation, and serve we shall. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Member, Ms. Jurita Fernandes. You may proceed just as the Deputy Leader takes the chair. You're going to start here, right? She is starting.
May I proceed, sir? Sir, I stand here a little bit shocked, if I can say that, by Ms. Priya Manichand's presentation. Is this better? Great. I stand here a little bit shocked by Ms. Priya Manichand's opening statement in her presentation. Sir, I am shocked because she took the time to explain that there's a young person that was looking at the debates and they could not believe, you know, the chaos. They're horrified. Sir, I remember being one of those horrified persons looking on at the performance of Ms. Manichand in the National Assembly. Sir, it was the very member that stood in the National Assembly screaming, rape, rape, rape. Sir, why did she not know of the sensitivity of that matter back then that she come to preach to us about here today?
Honorable.
There is no, that is absolutely untrue. The honorable member knows that is absolutely untrue.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister.
This is a serious
Honorable
issue,
Minister.
sir.
Honorable,
sir, I'm willing to present the video to this honorable house, sir.
And I would ask the honorable member to lay it over in this house. Let's put this matter to rest.
Honorable
Let's
members.
put this matter to rest. It's an important matter. Rape is not something we play with, sir. Let's put this matter to rest.
Honorable members, there is a reason why we have standing orders. The standing order says that when the speaker is speaking, that there must be silence in the House. If there's an issue that comes to the floor, it is to be addressed in line with the standing orders that are published. I'm sure everyone has had a copy of that. Honorable Fernandes, I will say that the standing orders also dictate that every member of parliament in this House is an honorable member.
And I think that the speaker also circulated, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, on words that one may not use that are unparliamentary. Please be guided by those. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Noted. To continue, sir, to address something said by the honorable member, Ms. Manichan. The honorable member, Ms. Manichan, so there and try to lecture to us, to tell us what is equity. And in her explanation of equity, sir, she actually explained what is equality. There is a vast difference between equity and equality. And you cannot misconstrue those concepts, sir. They are very dense economic concepts that have heavy meaning. The honorable member actually explained equity as giving everybody textbooks. That's equality, honorable member, Minister of Education. Sir, equity would be in the distribution of textbook if you give textbooks to the poorest families first, to the poorest communities first, because they are the most vulnerable in society and they need it the most, sir. Sir, and just in case the honorable member needs an avenue to test whether or not her policies are being effective, sir, equality and equity, sir, in order for you to actually measure if your policies, particularly the resources that you inject into the system, is being done in an equitable manner, you should be getting equal outcome. So unless every part of Guyana is actually given and having the equal outcome in the education sector, then the Honorable Minister of Education need not stand here and attempt to lecture us on concepts that she is yet to perfect. Sir, I will head into my presentation now. Guyana has entered a period of profound power, financial power, in the hands of central government. And because of this, rightfully so, Guyanese are demanding more today than they ever did before. Significant improvement in healthcare, higher standard of living, highest quality of education, a living wage, and dignified housing. Those things are no longer things our people hope for. These are things that they now demand, and rightfully so, Mr. Speaker. With Guyana's population of about 750,000 as of the last census, I don't know where the next one is, the government is now tabling a budget of $781.9 billion. So that amounts to 1.04 million per Guyanese and 3.72 million per Guyanese family. Mr. Speaker, the budget accounts for every Guyanese family $310,000. This is the reality that we are facing with here today in this house. It is therefore only natural for the people to expect that this budget will include provisions that would immediately end things like childhood hunger. It is natural to expect provisions that would make costs no longer a hindrance for persons achieving a higher education. It is natural to expect that in this budget there should be provisions that provide emergency housing for the thousands of Guyanese families who suffer the indignity of living in squalors of many squatting areas and has nowhere else to go, sir. By such, sir, it is natural. Sir, as natural as these expectations may be, you can search near and far in Budget 2023 as presented by Honorable Ashni Singh, and you will not find any policy measure that is addressing those needs in 2023 budget, sir. Instead, in oil-rich Guyana, Guyanese are struggling to feed their families, giving up on their hopes of attending university and praying that the PPP don't target their homes, some built in squatting areas for the next level of destruction, sir. Guyanese are forced to go through another year without living in dignity and living in the indignities of poverty in this country, sir, with a budget of $781.9 billion being tabled in this house for us, sir. $310,000 per family, sir. Imagine what that would have done for the families who worry where their next meal is coming from. Mr. Speaker, the PPP comes to this house and boasts about the current GDP. Sir, it is such necessary that we put the PPP's 3 years into perspective, sir. The non-oil GDP growth rate recorded over the last three years of the PPP rule is 2.6%. 2.6%, sir. Sir, and Mr. Small IQ over there trying to heckle, sir, his basic understanding of mathematics is stuck at the level of 2 1s 2, 2 into 2 1. So, sir, you need to take a seat and listen. Now, sir, I know the Honorable Minister Singh last year said, and I'm paraphrasing here, every little child with a pocket calculator would get a different answer. And perhaps, sir, the PPP has given a glimpse into their approach of conducting mathematical analysis necessary for making major economic decisions in this country. Children with pocket calculators. That would actually explain a lot, sir. However, Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the Honorable Minister Singh that sought to make that correction, Dr. Singh, for that matter, is able to recognize that when a mathematical problem is that of an exponential nature and not simply A plus B divided by C, sir. So I am confident that he was guided wrong. Mr. Speaker, the PPP's 2.6% growth rate was achieved by emptying the Natural Resource Fund of every cent it contained at the start of 2022. Furthermore, sir, in spite of the last 3 years being the only period of oil production in Guyana's history, in spite of the PPP's borrowings, in 3 years, sir, more money than the combined total of the oil revenues Guyana received in the same period, the PPP's average yearly growth rate still falls short of the GDP that the APNU-AFC achieved, sir. In the first 3 years, that is, of the APNU-AFC being in office. Mr. Speaker, the PPP spent $314 billion more in 2022 than the APNU-AFC spent in 2019. This represents an increase of 104.5% in government spending, and yet, sir, they delivered only 2.6 GDP rate over the last 3 years, sir. Mr. Speaker, the extent of the PPP's failure is even more profound when you consider the fact that the PPP increased government spending over 23% of non-oil GDP, sir. Now, the Lord members listening here today, I don't want to say on the opposite side, sir, anyone would understand that if you increase government spending by more than 23% more than the non-oil GDP, and you are receiving less, a lower GDP, sir, than that 23%, it simply means that other aspects, other sections of the economy is actually declining. But, sir, guess what? Now we are to ask what sections are declining, sir? What part of the economy shrank? Was it the investment? Was it consumption? We are left to wonder whether Guyanese are starting fewer businesses or eating less food, sir. This is what the information presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance shows. Thankfully, sir, we have international organizations to help us answer all of those questions. Sir, I refer to polls published by the IRI, the International Republican Institute, that shows 22% of Guyanese struggling to feed themselves and their families. 57% of Guyanese don't have money for anything but survival, sir. These are the facts we're looking at. This is the PPP's governance. And, sir, as damning as the actual data is, if you come to the actual budget that was presented in this House, the Honorable Minister of Finance actually stated that the non-oil GDP growth for 2022 was 11.5%. Sir, but then he lowered his voice a little bit when he came to the targets for 2023, sir, because in the projection that he's putting forward for the growth of the non-oil GDP, he is now saying that unlike the 11.5% that happened in 2022, in 2023, he is projecting 7.9%, sir. The Honorable Minister of Finance came to this House and presenting a budget of $781.9 billion, and yet he is telling us that the non-oil economy will be growing at a slower rate than it did last year. Brace yourself, people. That's what he's saying effectively. Sir, the PPP, my God. Already struggling Guyanese were then faced with skyrocketing inflation. They don't want us to talk about this. Inflation that affected the poorest and most vulnerable members of society the most. Because while general inflation totaled a whopping 13.7% in the PPP's 3 years, food prices have been seeing the worst when it comes to price hikes, sir. Food inflated 30% under the PPP's regime, according to the Bureau of Statistics, sir. Sir, that means if you have a family that actually budget, if your family was large enough that you actually had to budget $100,000 for food per month, now you have to budget $130,000 more for food per month. Where does these poor families, the most vulnerable in society, get this additional $30,000 to feed themselves? We're talking about the food prices here, sir. Under these conditions, it should be no surprise that the 22% of Guyanese find it difficult to feed themselves and their families, sir. Now we see more evidence in this budget that the PPP intends to continue their policy of monetary expansion with a callous lack of concern for the suffering it is causing and the countless children who are going hungry with their inflationary policy measures, sir. With no changes in the monetary expansion policy and with a clear stated intention to drastically increase the money supply and the domestic market by importing massive amounts of money and currency held at the Natural Resource Fund, by continuing their borrowing spree that we're talking about also, by lowering the interest rate and by the reduced reserve requirement at the commercial bank, among other measures, sir, the PPP still comes to this honorable House with a projection of 3.8% inflation for 2023, sir. Less than the 4.1% that the Honorable Minister Ashley Singh stood in this House last year and projected. For persons who can't remember, he stood in this House last year and he said that the target for 2022's inflation rate would be 4.1%. He was forced to come back here, sir, and to say that the actual inflation was 7.2%. But, sir, even with less data than he has, I predicted, whilst he predicted 4.1, I predicted 8%, sir, with less data than he had. Sir, expansionist monetary policies are inflationary by nature. That is such a difficulty, apparently, for the PPP to understand. Mr. Speaker, the PPP wants to hope that inflation will reduce in spite of them taking no action to achieve projected reduction. Instead, they blame the international market for the inflation caused by the monetary policy that they have in place. When at the same time, sir, they themselves are saying, and Honorable Minister Singh would have said in his presentation also, that the inflation is caused by food, in the food price increase. Locally grown foods are what we are facing the hike in prices with. So when the Honorable Minister Kwame McCoy came to this House yesterday and brought the sugar and the oil that he took out of the hampers that they take and give to people and say that he got it from Mocha, he can't bring that nonsense to us because the people on the ground are facing the hardship and the difficulties, sir. Sir, the Honorable Minister Ashley Singh stood and presented a budget that stated that the external debt was at 1.6 billion US dollars, and the internal debt 2.1 billion US dollars, totaling 3.7 billion US dollars, sir. Given the increased debt per household for 2023 is in excess, sir, of $530,000, sir. This is a reality that Guyanese are facing today. With a budget, sir, of $781.9 billion, the debt burden that is being added to Guyanese shoulders is actually over $500,000 per household. These are the realities that the PPP is bringing to us. Sir, to further elaborate on the domestic debt, the Honorable Ashney Singh went on to say, sir, and I quote, "The growth of domestic debt service payments was in turn largely due to the commencement of principal repayments on debentures issued in 2021 to securitize an inherited overdraft at the central bank." Mr. Speaker, this information is false information deliberately spread to deceive people. That, Mr. Speaker, is disinformation. Mr. Speaker, it was the very Ashney Singh, honorable member, that stood in this house and said that as of August the 2nd, 2020, when the PPP took office, the overdraft was $78.7 billion, sir. And after 4 months of the PPP being in office in 2020, at the end of 2020, the overdraft was $100.6 billion, sir. $37.9 billion in a few months, and they come to talk to us. But that wasn't all, sir, because just 6 months after that, in June of 2021, the government sold over $200 billion in debentures to clear off the overdraft. They racked up, sir, in less than 1 year. They racked up more than double the overdraft that they inherited from the APNU AFC administration on the 2nd of August 2020. So how dare they come to this house and speak about inherited overdraft? That, sir, is disinformation, and we will not stand for it. Mr. Speaker, the opening speaker on the government side, Joe Hamilton, honorable member, though he's not in the house right now, spoke of opposing and proposing as an opposition, completely neglected or pretending not to hear the numerous recommendations that continues to be pushed forward by members of the opposition. But, sir, let's turn our attention to wages and salaries. Sir, it was in 2016, when the honorable members of the government side, senior members of the PPP administration, stood in the National Assembly and demanded that wages and salaries be increased by 50%. That was them in opposition, sir. That was them proposing as an opposition. That is how they understood it. Sir, back in 2016, the budget was $230 billion. They said public servants should get 50% salary increases. Today, with a budget of $781.9 billion, PPP have absolutely no plan on increasing wages and salaries, not even by 15%, sir. There's absolutely no allocation that is going to provide for that. They talk about line item 6141. There is no allocation that is going to significantly increase wages and salaries for public servants in this country. They suddenly get amnesia when it comes to what you should propose as an opposition, sir. That insult to injury, sir, and this one I take personal offense to. The public service minister, oh, she's not in the house right now. I'll speak nevertheless, sir. The public service minister stood in this house yesterday and boldly said that although Ashney Singh, honorable member, spoke in 2022 budget presentations about revising the public service salary scale, it was not until the end of the year that they actually began the process. This is the priority that they actually put on the public servants when it comes to wages and salaries, sir. Mr. Speaker, the PPP has no excuse for not significantly raising wages and salaries for public servants. And, sir, I will call them out for having the audacity to tell public servants in this country is because they have been doing this. That the reason why they're not increasing their wages and salaries, sir, is because if you increase more wages and salaries, you're going to put more money out into the economy and it's going to cause inflation, sir. How dare them stand before the people of this country and say that they're going to inject $781.9 billion into the economy. Oh, but if you give poor people money, a little bit more, you can cause inflation. So giving rich people money don't cause inflation too, sir? That's what they want to tell the people of this country. What economic policy are they looking at, sir? In 2016, with a budget of $230 billion, the AP and UAFC government gave 10% to the lowest earners in our country, sir. In 2022, with a budget of $552.9 billion, the PPP came and gave the people 8%, sir. And now, sir, in 2023, with a budget of $781.9 billion, we are yet to hear of salary increases for wages and salaries in this country for public servants. They have absolutely no interest in committing and honoring any one of those pledges they made, because it was political gimmicks, and the people of this country stand the same way they to date. They have no plan on doing it. They know the truth, but they continue to come here and be willfully deceitful for need of the right word. Sir, as we talk about this budget, Speaker, the PPP continues to take to the media with disinformation, and their most recent attempt to address unemployment, I think, is one of the most sickening attempts that I've heard thus far. Mr. Speaker, I could not believe my ears when I heard senior members of the government saying, and I quote, Guyana today, if you don't have a job, it's because you don't want one. And to add insult to injury, sir, and if you need proof, sir, I'm willing to take the video evidence and present it to this House. And to add insult to injury, sir, they are now saying that if you don't have a job, it's because you're lazy. I have heard them say this, and sir, those statements are not only disrespectful to the Guyanese people, sir, those statements are blatant bypass, as we would say out on the street, to the thousands of university graduates that's still in search of a job. And Mr. Speaker, I think that it would appear that senior members of government do not understand the concept of unemployment and how it's computed. Sir, because if they did know that, they would know that in order for you to be counted as unemployed, you would have to be actively looking for a job and being unable to find one. So to go out there and to say that persons that are unemployed are lazy or they don't want a job, disrespectful to the highest, sir, and I will not stand for it in this House, sir. Sir, according to the data produced by the Bureau of Statistics, youth unemployment was at 31.9%. Sir, and the overall unemployment was at 14.5%, sir. So, and I have to say at this point that this data is actually coming from the third quarter report of the Labor Force Survey of 2021. And I will call the PPP out also on holding back data, hiding information from this country, sir. We are yet to receive the fourth quarter report for the labor service, for the labor survey in this country, and we had absolutely no report being published in the entire year of 2022 because they do not want those facts being addressed by the public, sir, because when those reports are published, we go through it page for page, line for line, sir, and they need to do better than that. Mr. Speaker, those numbers simply say that over 42,000 persons were unemployed as of the third quarter of 2021. 20,000 plus of those being young people, sir. So how dare the PPP come to this house? Say that in Guyana, don't want that one. Y'all forget about your degree in about that going through to the policy us in this house. Unemployment is to parade around this country and register persons for a part-time job. It reeks of full mismanagement in the system. Already are and now collecting a double when it comes to once again breadline. Unemployment in Guyana is real. University graduates are looking for jobs and find. Graduates from technical institutes are looking for jobs and can't find. Youth trained government programs. This, sir, a lot of them went through programs that he presides over as a sir. And what are we to say of the brilliant this budget to actually tax our country in this budget? Mr. Speaker, Assembly and budget without addressing poverty, sir. Poverty. I remember you that Indar yesterday. Sir, Mr. Indar stood in this house and presented to this nation a criticism of the APN UAFC administration. He criticized capital for entails. Let me tell you, it includes things like every bit of people-centered policy comes under current capital, and we will not apologize for spending money on the people of this country, sir. We are proud and we would do it again. And so that the honorable member Mr. expenditures, sir. It was the PPP for 2020 elections, travel the length and breadth of this country. And you know what? Road. Can't eat road. And that, oh, they were spending much on some is they have to pick a struggle and miss and disintention to this point. Today, 181.9 billion, and the most minute allocation society, sir, while draining the house, sir, and all they can rape up is a 5,000 increase for pension. It's 3,000 increase under this administration.
Honorable member, I would say that in order to conclude, you would need a 5 minutes extension.
Comment Speaker. It's to conclude.
The interruptions.
Thank you, sir. And sir, Mr. Speaker, President with responsibility for finance stood in the House last Monday and proposed that a low-income mortgage ceiling will be. Sir, of families living in the country. Government policy way. And although such policy proposal may sound attractive to low-income earners, after all, that's what it is, low-income earners. We need to deal with the reality of the proposal. It is only fair that we are honest to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, a 20 million mortgage taken at a commercial bank for the period of 10 years with an interest rate of 5.95, we're using the Republic Bank rate here, sir, will require monthly payments of $142,000 per month. And sir, if you are to apply the 30% principle, sir, that $142,000 will need to cover 30% of someone's income. Someone would need to be making over $400,000 to access that 20% mortgage, sir. This is the reality of what you're speaking about. Mr. Speaker, the low-income mortgage ceiling of $20 million is not for low-income earners. And the PPP knows this. That is why when you look at the size of the low-income turnkey houses that they're building, it will not reflect the quality of a $20 million home, sir. These are the realities that we are looking at today. And I have to say, low-income earners today are still left to see where actually they're going to be getting the policy measures that is going to aid them in constructing their homes, sir. For 3 years now, sir, we have come to this house and tried our best to get the fact through to our colleagues on the other side. The PPP governance lacks humanity, and this is something that was very visible only a short while ago in Mokasor. The budget treats Guyana economy as though it is a small collection of large businesses, and we cannot continue like that, sir. In the words of the Indian economist, Amartya Sen, sir, he says, economic growth without investment in human development is unsustainable. It's unethical. It is unsustainable, sir, and it is unethical. It's unsustainable because of the simple fact that an economy is made up of collective efforts and accomplishments of people, hard-working Guyanese, and not a few large businesses, sir. It is the wealth of the people in the economy, not the wealth of the economy that they are in, sir. That must be the primary concern of any reasonable and responsible government. What's their current level of education? What's their health care? What's their diet like? And are Guyanese afforded the opportunity to turn their dreams into reality, sir? These are the questions that would be on the front burner of any responsible governance, sir. In closing, sir, Guyana under the PPP is a place where 57% of our population doesn't have money for anything but survival. Guyana under the PPP is a place where 22% of Guyanese find it difficult to feed themselves and families. Guyana under the PPP is a place where higher education is still out of the reach of the poorest families. All this while the PPP continues to boast of having the fastest growing economy in the world.
As predictable as the PPP's failure may have been, sir, it is still profoundly depressing that we will enter our fourth year as an oil-producing nation with no real improvement in the lives and the standard of living of the majority of Guyanese family, who will continue to suffer the indignities of poverty in this country, sir. Sir, we can do much better as a people, and I will urge the PPP administration to go back and take a look at the budget that they're presenting to us and take a page out of the book of APNU AFC and actually spend more on current expenditure and the most vulnerable in society. Sir, this is the only way that we should be able to boast about being the fastest growing economy in the world. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now call on the Honorable Minister Onij Waldron to make her presentation.
I rise to support Budget 2023, tabled by my honorable friend, the Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. Mr. Speaker, like our previous budgets, Budget 2023 continues to make provision for the development of our country in line with the fundamental philosophy of the People's Progressive Party Civic, which is to secure broad-based, inclusive development for all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, successive PPPC governments have always focused on and paid attention to what we believe are some fundamental development imperatives. These include ensuring that our citizens have access to education and that they have access to health care and to safe drinking water, to name a few. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that our people ought to have affordable access to basic food items, such as would ensure a balanced and healthy nutrition. And we believe, Mr. Speaker, that every citizen has a right to shelter and to own a home. We have also focused on ensuring that our people are able to earn a living and secure their livelihoods through dignified work. And additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have paid special attention to the development of agriculture because we are committed to food security for Guyana and all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, these are a few of the fundamental developmental objectives to which the PPP Civic has always been committed. And these are the reasons why I make mention of them now. The first reason that I mention these fundamental objectives of ours, Mr. Speaker, is that these objectives are as indispensable to the well-being of individual citizens as they are for our collective development. Mr. Speaker, we consider things like education, healthcare, food supply, and safe drinking water to be almost akin to fundamental rights. That is why, sir, we are committed to providing certain services free or almost free to those who would otherwise be unable to afford them. And it is why, Mr. Speaker, we have never wavered in our commitment to providing free education for nursery, primary, and secondary students. Mr. Speaker, it is why we continue to maintain a free public health care delivery system. And, Mr. Speaker, it's also why we provide a substantial subsidy to old age pensioners for access to potable water. Mr. Speaker, another reason that I'm drawing attention to these fundamental features of our philosophy is that as simple and basic as these things are, they cannot be taken for granted. We cannot take them for granted, Mr. Speaker, because it is evident that our colleagues on the opposition benches neither understand nor believe in the importance of these things for development. Mr. Speaker, when the opposition say, and I do say for the purposes of this
presentation, Mr. Speaker, that when I say opposition, I do exclude the honorable member, Mr. Schuman, for the purposes of this argument. When the opposition says to the people that there is nothing for them in the budget that provides over $250 billion for investment in and delivery of healthcare, education, housing, and portable water for hundreds of thousands of Guyanese, this is simply a reflection of the fact that the opposition places no value on these things. But for those of us who do value these things, Mr. Speaker, it is incomprehensible that anyone can say that there is nothing in the budget for ordinary people when we have almost $85 billion allocated for education. This includes the provision of free education at nursery, primary, and secondary levels to almost 200,000 school-aged children. But the opposition sees no value in this. We have substantial subsidies for tertiary education at the University of Guyana, at the universities overseas, and under the GOAL program, which has benefited almost 14,000 young people since its commencement in 2021. Yet they see no value in this. They say the budget has nothing for ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, we extended the Because We Care cash grant to all students, which brought the number of beneficiaries to close to 215,000 school-aged children. But they see no value in any of this. Our critics continue to maintain that there is nothing in the budget for ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, how can anyone claim that there is nothing in the budget for poor people when we have allocated $95 billion for health, $95 billion for a system that provides health care services to tens of thousands of people each year, a system that provides free of cost services such as doctors' consultations, laboratory tests, prescription drugs, maternal health care, and direct subsidies for dialysis treatment, among other benefits. Many of our people could not afford comparable services in the private healthcare system, yet the opposition sees no value in this. Mr. Speaker, the political opposition sees no value in the provisions for 6 regional hospitals and the pediatric and maternal hospital. They don't conceive that these 7 hospitals will provide hundreds of jobs to Guyanese during their construction, thousands of high-quality healthcare jobs during their operation, and serve tens of thousands of our citizens far into the future. No, Mr. Speaker. All they see is a contractor obtaining a multi-million-dollar contract, and beyond that, they see no value in this measure. Mr. Speaker, we have an allocation of $72 billion for the housing and water sectors. This is reflective of our philosophy that every Guyanese should be able to afford a home and that all should have access to portable water, either at home or where this is not economically feasible, within a reasonable distance from it. Mr. Speaker, opposition sees no value in this. All told, Mr. Speaker, when we look at these sectors in which the state provides these social services to the majority of our population, the total allocation in our budget is over $250 billion. That is almost 1/3 of the budget dedicated to securing what we believe are fundamental elements of a civilized society: health, education, housing, and access to portable water. And I have not yet touched on our measures that deal with the other fundamental elements of our philosophy, which is food security. Despite all of this, Mr. Speaker, the opposition says to the people, there is nothing in this budget for you. Mr. Speaker, the opposition describes $250 billion in essential social spending as nothing. But we understand that this is because they truly don't see these things as important. Mr. Speaker, if the opposition believed in the importance of education, they would not have taken away the uniform grants and the school grants, and they would not have hiked the fees for the UG students by 35% when they were in government. Had the opposition believed in the importance of universal access to safe drinking water, they would not have taken away that subsidy that the PPPC government had instituted for pensioners. Mr. Speaker, if the opposition believed, as we do, that every person should be able to own their own home, they would not have disbanded the Ministry of Housing. They would have made all efforts to ensure that the housing programs begun by the PPP Civic were continued. And they would never encourage anyone who placed their trust and confidence in them to reject a guarantee of freehold property in favor of trying to demand unrealistic levels of compensation for land to which they have no remotely viable claim to legal title. Mr. Speaker, if the opposition believed, as we do, that people should be able to earn a living through dignified work, then they would not have callously dismissed over 7,000 sugar workers and over 2,000 community service officers, nor would they mock the part-time work. No party which truly cares for people would ever simply retrench almost 10,000 people and walk away without a backward glance. And to add insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, the retrenched sugar workers were forced to move to the courts to receive the severance that was legally due to them. There is a signal lesson here, Mr. Speaker. That lesson is that values matter. I am at idem with Honorable Member Walter Desir on this. The Honorable Member says that if you look at the budget, you will see what we value. Well, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget, you will see that almost 1/3 of all spending is dedicated to providing social services, which directly impact hundreds of thousands of Guyanese every day, in every county, in every region, in every town, in every village, and in every community in the country. That, Mr. Speaker, is the real reflection of our values. And if you examine budgets of the PPP civic governments over the decades, you will see those values consistently reflected in them. But still, Mr. Speaker, the opposition says there is nothing in the budget for ordinary people. And we must treat with that. So, Mr. Speaker, let us imagine for a moment that what the opposition says were true, as far-fetched as it is. What would Guyana look like if we had nothing in the budget for health? What would it look like if we had nothing for education, nothing for housing, nothing for water, nothing for social security, and so on? What would Guyana look like? It turns out that we don't have to go far, Mr. Speaker, to see what it looks like when a government sees no value in looking after the fundamental needs of the people. Mr. Speaker, we lived through that right here in Guyana in the 1970s, the 1980s under the PNC. And we were headed right back there in the period 2015 to 2020 when the PNC-led APNU-AFC coalition was in office. Mr. Speaker, I know that they don't want us to speak about these things, but we have to speak of these things, Mr. Speaker. We speak of them because we have to understand the thinking, the values, the culture, the DNA of our friends on the other side. We have to look to their past, Mr. Speaker, in order to understand them in the present. Mr. Speaker, in the 70s and 80s under the government of the PNC, if you visited a public hospital, you would be lucky if you could even get Panadol to ease your pain. During that time, the economic conditions in our country were so dire that our teachers were emigrating in droves to the Caribbean and to Africa and other corners of the world. During that time, Mr. Speaker, you could barely find anything other than rice, sugar, and salt on the shelves of the supermarket. People had to line up for hours and hours to obtain basic food items. During that time, Mr. Speaker, thousands of our citizens could not even dream of affording their own home. They were forced to squat in conditions that were poorly drained, bushy swamplands, without roads, electricity, portable water, or communications. Mr. Speaker, The rural poor, primarily the women and girls amongst them, walked long distances to collect water for cooking and other household purposes. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, industry and our agriculture were decimated. We could barely feed ourselves. Our people were impoverished. We were the sick child of the Caribbean, pariahs in the region. Mr. Speaker, lest the honorable colleagues on the other side of this House be inclined to dispute my characterization of those years under their tenure, permit me, sir, to quote at some length from a paper published in a Journal of African Studies out of the University of California, Los Angeles in 1982. The author of the paper was Professor Clive Thomas and is entitled The Current Crisis in Guyana. Professor Thomas opens up by saying, and I open quote, "In Guyana at the moment, there is a fundamental crisis which involves every major dimension of national life." I close quote. He goes on to say, I open quote, "At the heart of the crisis is a shocking reality that there has been virtual destruction and consequent collapse of the production system in the country." Close quote. The professor then outlined the disastrous declines in sugar, bauxite, and alumina between 1970 and 1980, and concluded, and I open quote, "The PNC takeover of the economy has therefore been accompanied by rapid destruction." Close quote. Bear with me, please, Mr. Speaker, because as we say, during the 2015 to 2020, history repeated itself. He further quotes, and I open quote, "The system of public utilities has virtually collapsed. Electricity, water supply, public transport, telephone services have all deteriorated to levels unheard of before." He said, "Less than 10% of health personnel is engaged in preventative medicine, and almost all the health facilities are confined to urban areas." Close quote. So when the honorable member says that it's ludicrous to put the Hospitality Institute in Port Morant, it is a reflection of their philosophy that facilities should be confined to urban areas, that no investment ought to be made in rural communities. We need to look past that to understand them and their thinking, Mr. Speaker. Professor Thomas continues to say, in housing, the targeted production for the period 1972 to 1976 was 65,000 housing units. And of these, only 6,000 houses were built. Since then, with the collapse of the economy, housing construction is at a virtual standstill. Mr. Speaker, when we wonder why it is that they shut down the housing ministry and decimated the housing programs, we must understand that this is reflective of their philosophy, which places no priority on housing. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Professor Thomas says in that paper that the result of PNC's mismanagement, and I begin quote, has been an estimated decline in the real per capita income of the order of 44% between 1976 and 1980. This declining economy has been accompanied by increasing unemployment, now estimated at over 40% of the labor force, widespread inflation, currently at double-digit rates, and shortages of everything from food to spare parts, close quote. There we have it, Mr. Speaker. Not in my words, but in the words of one who not so long ago was a part of the APNU-AFC administration. Mr. Speaker, that is what Guyana looked like when the budget had in it nothing for the people. I know that some of our colleagues on the other side would want to be quick to quote Professor Thomas on some of his criticism that he has leveled against PPPC governments. All I would say to them, Mr. Speaker, is that this article, which I quote, comes from a peer-reviewed academic journal published by a world-renowned university. Without intending to disrespect Mr. Thomas, Mr. Speaker, I rather suspect that the publications the oppositions may rely on would lack this requirement for rigorous academic scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues on the other side don't want to hear us speak of these things. I know they will want to say that all this is ancient history. But Mr. Speaker, as we saw in the period 2015 to 2020, history repeated itself with the same economic mismanagement and electoral malpractice that we have seen in the 1980s. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, today, the situation could not be more starkly different. Today, sir, tens of thousands of our citizens own their own homes, haven't benefited from the housing programs of various PPPC administrations. Today, in hundreds of communities across the length and breadth of Guyana, our people have access to safe drinking water. Mr. Speaker, today, our people have ready and affordable access to prescription drugs, including those to treat chronic illnesses like diabetes and hypertension, and we have instituted an unconditional grant for dialysis treatment for anyone who requires it. Today, we are investing in significant sums in upgrading healthcare facilities across the length and breadth of the country, and not just in the urban areas. Mr. Speaker, our primary and secondary school performances have been steadily improving as we continue to invest in construction and upgrading of school infrastructure, as we've heard from my honorable colleague, Minister Manichan, and as we work on upskilling teachers, as well as improving their salaries and working conditions. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are no longer the sick child of the region. Our leadership in CARICOM is acknowledged. Our Caribbean brothers and sisters are once again making their way to our shores in search of prosperity as they did in the pre-independence era. And today, Mr. Speaker, Guyanese can travel to the United Kingdom without a visa because our people are no longer presumed to be economic migrants, since we have rebuilt our economy and restored Guyana in the eyes of the international community. We have made all of these gains, Mr. Speaker, because of that fundamental people-centered development philosophy of which I spoke. And Budget 2023 is based on that same philosophy that delivered those gains between 1992 to 2015 and from 2020 to present day. But the opposition must oppose, Mr. Speaker, and we take no real issue with that. Ideally, we would wish for rational and constructive criticism, but we have what we have. So we must treat with the contributions of the opposition such as they are. Mr. Speaker, part of the reason for this recurring claim that there is nothing in the budget for ordinary people is that the opposition looks at each budget in isolation, as though every year the country resets and starts from scratch again. But each budget is merely the current year's provision within a multi-year program. That is why you will see the budget framed in the context of a medium-term expenditure framework. Bearing this medium-term framework in mind, Mr. Speaker, I will treat with some of the criticism leveled by the opposition. Most of the members on the other side have spoken about inflation. They say that we have nothing in the budget to combat inflation. Mr. Speaker, I am no economist, but even the little economics that I know tells me that if one is looking to fiscal policy to combat inflation, your options are essentially to increase taxes or reduce spending, or both. When it comes to inflation, Mr. Speaker, we are not trying to raise taxes like the coalition did or reduce social spending as they did. We are committing to spending that improves lives today and builds prosperity for tomorrow. So our challenge is to manage that spending in a way that ensures that inflation is restricted to a manageable level. To put it simply, Mr. Speaker, we have to grow at a pace which we can sustain. Mr. Speaker, the largest contributor to inflation is the price of fuel and petroleum products, among the latter fertilizers, critical, of course, to our agricultural industries. Mr. Speaker, we have removed excise tax on fuel completely in 2022, and this measure has been preserved in 2023. Preserving this measure is a deliberate policy choice. So how can the opposition rationally contend that we have made no provision that provides relief for increases in costs of living? Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we also provided a massive fertilizer subsidy, $1 billion to farmers. Taken together, these two measures, excise tax remission and fertilizer subsidies, would have contained price increases in production, transportation, and distribution for fresh fruits, vegetables, and livestock. These measures also allowed for cash crop farming to rebound after the disastrous floods of last year, and we contend, Mr. Speaker, that were it not for these policies, food prices would have been far higher than they are now. So how can anyone rationally contend that we have done nothing to deal with cost of living? In 2020, Mr. Speaker, we removed VAT on data and electricity. In subsequent years, we reduced excise tax on concrete and other construction materials. We removed 200 or so taxes that were instituted by the coalition government. We have made a deliberate policy choice to preserve these measures in Budget 2023, and all of these have served to cushion the impact on the man and woman on the street. So how really can it be said that there's nothing to deal with cost of living increases? Mr. Speaker, the Inter-American Development Bank, in its Caribbean Economic Quarterly Report for December 2022, recognized all of these measures as policy responses aimed at easing the impact of increases on the population. The IDB recognizes them, Mr. Speaker, but the opposition tells the people that they don't exist. For good measure, Mr. Speaker, I also draw your attention to that IDB report that also acknowledges that inflation we face is primarily induced by global events, including the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Mr. Speaker, recall in 2021 that even though inflation was measured at 5.7%, we instituted a public sector salary increase of 7% across the board. Public servants were therefore, not only therefore preserve their real wages, but increase them as a result. In 2022, in the face of an inflation rate of 7.2%, the minimum increase for public servants was 8% across the board, with further increases for our hard-working nurses, policemen, soldiers, and other members of the disciplined services. So these claims that we have no provisions to cushion the effect of rising prices cannot stand up to serious scrutiny. It's not a serious conversation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to listen to some of our colleagues, senior members of the Alliance for Change, speaking on a television program on January 14th, the Alliance on the Move. In that program, the honorable members called for 100% subsidy for the Berbice Bridge, the Demerara Harbor Bridge, and for all the ferries and bridge crossing. They called for 100% subsidy of university fees, cancellation of all student debt, almost doubling of the minimum wage at one stroke, and to top it all off, they called for a reduction in VAT. To sum it up, Mr. Speaker, they basically call for insubstantial increases in expenditure together with reductions in tax revenues. To pay for all these additional subsidies, for all this additional spending, their attitude was basically, we have all money, so let's spend it. Mr. Speaker, it is this same kind of attitude that led this country to rack and ruin in the 1970s and 1980s. I am not saying this to insult the honorable members, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying this to put the Guyanese people on notice that this is what awaits us if we let the AP and UAFC get their hands on the levers of government again with this type of thinking. What would they have us do, Mr. Speaker, when as surely as night follows day, oil prices drop from the current geopolitically induced high? Just this morning, sir, in speaking to a group of potential foreign investors, my honorable colleague, Dr. Singh, made the point that in the recent past, we have seen oil prices as high as $140 per barrel, and we've seen them as low as $20 and even lower per barrel. When we no longer have oil revenues, apply subsidies, will they have us remove all those subsidies and expose the Guyanese people to massive sticker shock like they did in the 1970s? Or having increased the wage bill to unsustainable levels, would they have us implement the massive retrenchment we saw in the 1980s when public servants were severed in the thousands? Or like in the 2020 period when they retrenched the sugar workers and the CSOs? Mr. Speaker, after they rack up the expenditure to unsustainable levels, we can look to history again to see what they will do when the oil prices drop. Mr. Speaker, permit me to quote Professor Thomas again from the same paper. Faced with a self-induced economic crisis, the professor said, the main focus of the government policy has been to seek to reduce workers' living standards in order to reduce consumption. I continue to quote, to achieve this, the government's assault on the workers' standard of living began in 1976 The main mechanisms they used were the removal of all government subsidies, increased taxation, retrenchment of workers, a freeze on all wages, cuts in social spending. Does this sound familiar, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, many of us know what usually happens when a country has to look to the IMF for assistance. They usually come, the IMF, with a standard laundry list of onerous measures that impose severe hardships on population. But Professor Thomas wrote that the PNC programs were so severe and so brutal that the IMF did not have to impose any additional austerity measures other than restricted government borrowing. He asserted that, and I begin quote, the anti-working class character of the government's policy was already formed before its approach to the IMF, close quote. So, Mr. Speaker, from the interventions that we are seeing from the opposite side of this Honorable House, we can see that if the opposition had their way, what they would do would be for us to return to the reckless policies of the 70s and the 80s. They would lick out the oil money in the good years, like they squandered the sugar levy, and when the prices drop, true to their anti-working class credentials, it is the poor amongst us who would have to shoulder the brunt of the burden to take us to economic recovery. I know that they don't want to hear these things, Mr. Speaker. They don't want us to expose their history. But, Mr. Speaker, as I said, history repeated itself. Look what happened in 2020, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, almost 30 years after we thought we had closed
Honorable Minister, in order to continue, you need a 5-minute extension.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that my colleague is given a minimum of 5 minutes to conclude. I would like it to have much more time, of course.
Yeah.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah. Look what happened in 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, almost 30 years after we thought we had closed the door on a particular sordid chapter of our history, almost 30 years after we thought we had left the nightmare of electoral malpractice behind, came the worst attempt at election rigging. That disgrace, Mr. Speaker, led the OAS Observer Mission head to declare that he had, and I begin quote, never seen a more transparent attempt to alter the results of the election, end quote. They don't want to hear it, Mr. Speaker, but I'm raising these things because I want to say to all Guyanese who believe that the economic bungling and the electoral malpractice of the 1970s and 80s are firmly in our past, that they would be sadly mistaken. The period 2015 to 2020 shows clearly that the leopard has not changed its stripes. Mr. Speaker, if we dare to think that even for a minute that the danger is behind us, we have powerful proof to the contrary given to us literally today. That proof, Mr. Speaker, lies in the fiction that they continue to promote about the 2020 election. Mr. Speaker, every time that they refer to us as the installed government, as several of the speakers did yesterday and again today, what they are saying about the election is that we lost, they won, and that the real result of the election is in the numbers on the bed sheet, on the spreadsheet, which they can prove from the statements of poll, which a former president has never seen, but which a current leader of the opposition has safely in the position waited to produce when the time is right to do so. And we can safely say that these things are, we can't safely say that these things are in our past because they have passed on the doctrine to the generations of their party. Some of the most ardent defenders of that big fiction, Mr. Speaker, were the young ones, the future of the opposition. They were the ones who were here at the recount, doubling down on the big fiction every day. The Honorable Member Hughes, the Honorable Member Patterson, the Honorable Members Jones and Duncan, the Honorable Member Manny Paul, who I understand is the youngest member of this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, the culture and the values have been handed down to the next generation on that side of the House. So we know what we can expect when the APNU AFC is to be returned to office, even with that generation in leadership. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of development, we usually implicitly mean social and economic development. I've spent a lot of time on our measures for social development because it is important to us to remind the Guyanese people that even as we pursue transformative economic development, that we remain true to our commitment and our core as a people-centered social development, something which the opposition would have them believe is non-existent. I wish, therefore, to turn to some aspects of our economic development as regard tourism industry and commerce. Mr. Speaker, CPL will return to Guyana in 2023, and it will again in 2024. In 2022, almost immediately as we announced the dates for Cricket Carnival, hotels were fully booked for that period. In addition to hotel bookings, we had almost 250 potential bed and breakfast facilities that were inspected and conditionally approved to provide service to visitors. Mr. Speaker, Cricket Carnival had tremendous economic impact on a range of Guyanese, including transportation service providers, bed and breakfast owners, small vendors, artists, and performers, in addition to hospital and restaurant operators. It drove record levels of visitor arrivals in September 2022. Our visitor arrival rates for 2022 exceeded 291,000, a 94% increase over 2021. This performance exceeds even the global recovery rate of 65% and the regional average of 81%. We aim to build on this success of Cricket Carnival, Mr. Speaker, and as I said a little earlier, the event will return this year and next year, in keeping with our plans to attract major events and conferences to Guyana with their spillover effects on our service economy. I would note, Mr. Speaker, that a strategy like this would have no prospect of success if our country had not been returned from a pariah status, and it certainly would have been if if we had not foiled the attempts to roll back our democracy in 2020. Mr. Speaker, we continue with our quest to open up new air routes to destination Guyana. You may recall that in 2021, we added a new carrier in the Caribbean, providing access through Barbados to several Caribbean countries and beyond. In 2022, another airline, Fly Always, commenced operating a Guyana to Cuba route. In a few weeks, we will witness the inaugural flight of British Airways, which will commence flights from early 2023, providing a virtually direct route to London. These developments will increase the viability of our business and leisure tourism market. In the area of small business, I am wrapping up, Mr. Speaker, we have disbursed well over 2,000 grants directly to small, medium, and micro enterprises in the 2 years coming into office. Over 2,000 grants, Mr. Speaker. Last year, we disbursed 1,430 grants to these enterprises through the Small Business Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, in the past 5 years of the coalition government, they distributed a mere 560 grants. Mr. Speaker, these grants go mainly to small operators, the man and the woman in the street, looking to run a business, and to young people. By this, I mean to say those very people that the opposition claims to care for and say that we do nothing for. We have distributed over 2,000 grants in under 3 years, Mr. Speaker, while they distributed 560 grants in just over 5 years. In my inaugural presentation to this House, I pledged to the administration's commitment to operationalize the Belvedere Business Incubator within our first term in office. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that I drew attention to the fact that the coalition held a purported launch of this facility just prior to the 2020 election gimmick clearly. Mr. Speaker, might I remind the House that the facility that they launched was in fact an empty building, no equipment, no furniture, no staff, not even any electricity. Today, Mr. Speaker, I wish to place on record that October 11, the Belvedere Business Incubator had its relaunch. I'm pleased to report that the center is operational and the businesses within Region 6 have begun to benefit from this investment. There are more than 2,000 pounds of agro-processed products, including a range of indigenous flowers, were already produced at the incubator.
Honorable Minister, I do recall some sentences ago, I think it was 2 minutes ago.
I will wrap up, please.
Honorable Minister, some 2 minutes ago you said you are wrapping up. I think your time is expired. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the initiatives in Budget 2023 by which we shall be improving lives today and building prosperity for tomorrow. I unreservedly support the measures contained in this budget, and I urge members of the Honorable House to support likewise.
conditions that are not the best. Now, you see, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I have the honor, or I'm not sure, the fortune or misfortune of shadowing the Ministry of Public Service. And yesterday, though I wasn't here, I was able to listen to the, if we call it a presentation, from the Minister of Public Service. And at the end of that presentation, Mr. Speaker, the only two things that came to mind was whether or not the minister was actually in charge of the Ministry of the Opposition or the Ministry of Gold. I couldn't figure out whether it was the Ministry of Public Service. You see, Mr. Speaker, the minister spent 20 of her 30 plus 5 minutes, or 25, speaking about what is happening in the opposition, and another 5 about what is happening in Gold, and very little to nothing about what is happening in her own ministry. You see, Mr. Speaker, besides that, every minister that came up outside, I must give congrats to the Minister of Education, who this morning, I may not have agreed with everything that she said, but she spent most of her minutes giving us a sense of what she plans to do for her ministry, and I must commend her for that. For the Dr. Frank Anthony as well did that today, so I must commend the two of them for that. But the rest of the ministers came here and gave the Guyanese people no sense of what exactly they plan to do with this money that they have placed in this budget. And so I think that is sad. I think that we should expect more from the ministers. Yes, they know what they're doing, but they're here to let the Guyanese people, well, I hope they know what they're doing. I should hope that they know what they're doing. And if they do, then here is where you let the Guyanese people know that we're coming to this assembly, we're asking for $788 billion, and this is what we plan to do with the money that we're asking for. We heard from the Minister of Labor. Did we hear anything about what's happening in labor? We heard from the Minister of Public Service, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Public Service. I don't know if that is the worst speech that I've heard in the decades I've followed Parliament, but I was more disappointed in the minister because I expected more of the minister. And I don't know her personally, and I'm sure her family and friends think she's a wonderful person, but what was portrayed yesterday, I think as members of parliament, we could and we should do better. There's always a place for politics. There's always a place to showing that you know somebody's personal information. There's always a place for that. But when we stand here in the National Assembly, it is my honest opinion that we should get to the business of the Assembly and mind our behavior and attitude when it is that we are presenting here. So, wondering about now the public servants, Mr. Speaker, since the minister spoke very little about the public service, there are a lot of questions that I do have, and I'm not sure when we will be at a place for her to be able to respond to them. But I wonder about when you look at the budget and you look at the indicators, for example, the indicators that have done well over the last year were those that dealt with training. So there was a lot of work done where training is concerned, there was a lot of work done where goal is concerned, but all of the indicators that look at the actual policies to help the public service move from where it's at to where it should be have all reduced from where it was last year. Their target and where they actually got was actually reduced from last 2021 to 2022. And I think that is something that we need to look at, because if it is that you're going to come to the National Assembly and you're going to be asking for monies, then you need to be saying what policies are you going to be implementing to ensure that the monies are spent effectively. And so, Mr. Speaker, in spite of everything that is being said, I'm hoping that some of this comes over and comes across as not being facetious, not trying to demean anyone, but helping us to understand that more is expected of us and more should be done while we are in this assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, I have no clue whether or not over the last 2 years, any new policies have been thought up, have been implemented to ensure that the public servants are better off now in terms of their becoming more professional, ensuring that their workspace is in or what it is that they use to get their work done, the services that they have to carry out for the public, whether that has gotten better over time. So hopefully at some stage the minister would be able to speak to these things. I also noticed that in the this 2023 budget that there is some talk about new policies being implemented. I heard the Minister of Labor at some point speaking to the fact that some outside person did an assessment of the labor force. And that is actually a good thing, but I'm hoping that we could get some more information on that and that maybe that assessment could be laid in the House so that the country would get a sense of where we are where labor is concerned and what is required for us to move that forward. Because there's apparently a lot of conversation right now about, about bringing persons into the country because there is some sort of labor shortage. And my question then is, what are we doing as a country to ensure that before we bring persons here, that we ensure that the Guyanese people who need jobs and are looking for jobs are in a position to take those jobs before you actually bring persons from outside for those jobs. So a link between the training that is happening in the public service and what is happening at the Ministry of Labor is actually necessary. And so I'm hoping that we can do something to deal with that. So, Mr. Speaker, I need to comment on something that I forgot I should have done a bit earlier. The Minister of Business, Tourism, I'm not even too sure what her portfolio is. Tourism, Business, Tourism, yes. Yes, the Minister just spoke, and she was, the Honourable Minister just spoke, and she was very good, and I commend her too, for citing Professor Thomas. She actually did quite a few times, and I was actually shocked that she went to Professor Thomas to quote him. And so if you went till the 1970s, I will bring us a bit further than 1970s, a bit closer. And the same Professor Thomas that she found to be very honorable and very sound, that she would be able to quote him, also said that we had an underground economy that accounts for $188 billion between the years 2001 to 2008. He estimated that the public procurement frauds which took place under the PPP, and this is in Kaitro News article, under the PPP amount to about $140 billion. And he said that he was calculated from the estimates provided by none other than the Guyana's former Auditor General, Anand Gusran, in Part 11 of a series in Public Financial Management. So while it is all good to go back all the way to the 1970s when it was a whole totally different dynamics in the world economy and the local economy during that time. We're going closer to 2001 to 2008, where it is said by that same gentleman of what was happening when the PPP was in office. So we can use the same quotes. So, Mr. Speaker, I also would like to say to something that the minister also mentioned and spoke to what it is or how it is that the APNUFC would want to spend the oil monies. And she gave a hypothetical situation, and if for some reason the oil monies, the cost of oil reduces, what would then happen? All the subsidies that we give to persons would then have to dry up and all of those things. But let's look at it this way. The minister has not recognized that what they have just done with this particular budget is drain all of the current monies that we have and put it into capital projects. So let's do that what if scenario. What if, right? What if the oil, the cost of oil drops now, right? No money has gone to the people, but they're going to capital projects. So the cost of a barrel of oil drops now. What then happens? One, those contracts that you have started will have to stop halfway that you would have used the oil monies for. And the people would have received nothing from the oil funds, and so the people would be left no economically different than they are currently. And the capital projects would be just there for everybody to see have done, as with Skeldon, as the fiber optic cable, and other things that have done in the past. So when it is that you're making such statements, you have to be clear as to what exactly it is that you're saying. And what I think my colleague was saying earlier, Director of Finance, is that focusing on the current part of the budget is just as important, and it cannot be left to whims and fancies of anyone without recognizing that it is important to increase the salaries and wages of public servants, and also the ensuring that people have access and opportunities to access good funding so that they can remove themselves out of poverty. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know what is sad and what I recognize is that there are obviously two different philosophies. There is a philosophy that you focus on infrastructure, and then there's a philosophy where you focus on people. And in terms of development, because there are different phases of development, there are different types of development. Development is infrastructural development, but there's also human development. And if it is that we decide that we're going to utilize the majority of our budget and majority of the monies from our natural resource fund to focus on capital and infrastructure and not as much on human development, then I think we're going in the wrong direction. Now, on one side of the thing, we have human development, yes, and maybe anybody would say just focusing on human development may not be the best option. I don't disagree with that. But I think we need to find a balance between capital investment and current investment. And sadly, this particular budget does not find that balance. And I think we need to do more where that is concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that can be said about this budget. There's a lot that can be said where this budget is concerned. A lot of my colleagues have gone into specifically where they disagree with the budget. I wouldn't say that I disagree with everything. There are some projects that I think are good. There are some projects that I think are good for the country. But what I think needs to be understood is that when the people are demanding in the street here that we have a 40% increase in a budget, and there's money from oil that they didn't think would ever happen, that for ages, and you know, my parents have been saying that we have oil, we just haven't found it yet. Now that the money is being rolled in, they're expecting to get a little bit more from that than they currently are getting. So it's not a case that, no, don't do any capital projects, no, don't do any infrastructure, but it's about more, how do we put a little bit more monies into the pockets of those who need it, and those who after this year will see the roads, they will see the bridges, they will see the capital projects, but still can't feed their families. Is there any policy in the budget that deals with that? I'm seeing that, I am saying that, for example, the Ministry of Social Protection, there is $3,000, there is $5,000 for the different sections of our society that particularly need it. But I believe that more is required. And that is what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, on that note, what I will say at the end is more is required of us. More has been demanded of us. With this the oil resources, I think we should do more for the people. And as if it is that we can possibly work together to get that done, I think we will be a better place in this country. There is such a divisiveness. There is such a divisiveness that is happening in our National Assembly and has seeped through the entire society that I think we need to recognize. I think sometimes we live off of it. We think politically that it is the best thing to do, to have our country divided, because that is how you can determine where your votes will come from. But at some point, if it is that as a society we are going to move forward, we need to do better than what we have been seeing over the last 5-10 years in this country, probably since independence. And so I will ask of the government side that, yes, you're in government. Some may say installed, you may disagree. Yes, you are there at the helm of power, but that does not mean that you have to wield all the power. And that's where that means, what that means is that this allowing and discriminating and marginalizing against persons who you believe may not be on your side. That is not how a government should function, and so better should be expected of you and demanded of you, and you should do better. Thank you.
Member? And now for the Honorable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, the Honorable Charles Ramson Jr. Honorable Minister, you may proceed with your contribution.
I present Sir Charles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm very pleased to stand before this House to support the largest budget in our country's history. Also, the fact that there are no new taxes added. It's 41% larger than the previous year's budget. And with the previous speaker, one would expect that coming from the Builders Party, she would be one of the people to support a heavy infrastructure budget to build the country. And after listening to so many of the presentations from the APNU AFC, the opposition side over the last day, I'm reminded of the quote by Mark Twain, where he said, "Let's be thankful for fools, because without them, the rest of us wouldn't be able to succeed." Mr. Speaker, when I came to the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, our ministry had $2.4 billion. This year, our ministry is getting $7.1 billion. And I would like to take at this point the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, just to express my gratitude to His Excellency President Ali for all of the support and the guidance, the direction that he's been given to me and to our ministry in the last year. I would like to also take the opportunity to express my gratitude towards the Vice President, Minister Ashni Singh, his team at the Ministry of Finance, for all of the support that they've given to me over the last few months or so in relation to the crafting of the budget. And I would also like to thank all of the people of the communities where we have been working aggressively, where they have welcomed me, welcomed our team, welcomed our ministry, and for all of the work that we've been doing in those communities that have been bringing meaningful and tangible success and development to them. Mr. Speaker, it has been a tremendous year of achievements for the government. A phenomenal year of growth, development. In 2022, over 10,000 house lots were allocated. More than 20,000 since coming into office. And I've said it before and I want to say it again, Mr. Speaker, this will be the greatest transfer of wealth to the average Guyanese person in any 5-year period to date. We've given out more than 7,000 or almost 7,500 scholarships in 2022 and over 13,000 since we came into office. We secured the biggest carbon credit deal in the world, where Guyana will receive a minimum of $750 million for 30% of our standing forests. We also included in that deal, Minister Vikram, the legacy credits of $187 million to cater for the AP and UAFC's failed period. We increased the children's cash grant that the AP and UAFC removed to $30,000, and in this year, we are increasing it to $40,000. We built new highways, thousands of roads and streets, new schools, new hospitals and health care clinics, new police stations. The road to Lethem has started. As we promised in the manifesto, all the heavy lifting for the Demerara River Bridge has been done, which Mr. Ramjatan had said, the honorable member had said, was a pipe dream. We also did the heavy lifting for the gas to power project, all of which will be completed within 2 years before our tenure is up. As we promised in the manifesto, we put our oil blocks to auction. As we promised in our manifesto, we passed the local content law. We set a regional record for passing 25 pieces of legislation last year. The government worked with financial institutions to secure the lowest mortgage rates in our country's history so that ordinary people can secure mortgages to build their homes. We secured for the first time in 10 years the CPL finals and the semi-finals. As we promised in our manifesto, we launched the Sports Academy. We commenced construction of the mini stadiums. A new mobile phone carrier is about to start operating. We now have visa-free access to the United Kingdom. We signed a deal with Mount Sinai for better health care for Guyanese people. Our non-oil growth, Mr. Speaker, our non-oil growth is 11.5%, which makes us as a country the second fastest growing economy from a non-oil perspective. Leave aside the oil growth that we have had. The non-oil growth, 11.5%, has made us the second fastest growing economy in the world. Our macroeconomic indices have improved as well, Mr. Speaker. Our debt to GDP ratio has improved while other countries like Japan, Singapore, Greece, the US, the UK, Canada, Spain, France, all of them have ballooned their debt positions. Meanwhile, ours has improved. Our balance of trade is now close to $3 billion surplus. Our foreign exchange reserves have now returned to the levels when we have left before leaving office in 2015. Things have been moving so fast, Mr. Speaker, that some of the known and usual suspects have been saying that we are moving too fast, But I have news for them, Mr. Speaker, that if they think that we're moving too fast, then they ain't seen nothing yet. And all of those amazing things have happened for our country in 2022, and not a single statement of positivity would have come from the opposition. Not a single statement. Many of the people in the country have been saying that positive things about how the government has been performing. Not a single word of positivity coming from the opposition. So if you want to be taken seriously, you should first of all start by acknowledging all of the successes that we've had so far. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we have seen a stellar year of performance by the opposition as well. We've seen that for 3 months in the year of 2022, they left the country without a leader of the opposition. For 3 months, they left the country without the leader of the opposition. And after a few months of his performance as leader of the opposition, some of his own members have said it is best we return to the situation of not having a leader of the opposition. There was an attempt to steal the mace on Facebook Live, and while all the cameras were on. And imagine, after attempting to steal the mace, they went to court. They went to court when we were suspending them, when they were suspended. They went to court to go and overturn the suspension and failed again. Another case that Roysdale Ford, the honorable member, could not succeed on. They also had 3 APNU AFC members who resigned from their seats as parliamentarians. And what's interesting to note is that none of those seats were never filled by any young person, just as they did when they were in government, when they failed to give young people the opportunity and that they promised to give them in government. Many people, many young people were thrown by the wayside. They had 3 opportunities, 3 resignations that they had as MPs. Not a single seat was filled by young people. The General Secretary of the PNC has resigned. Then I'm now hearing that her successor has resigned. The Treasurer of the PNC has resigned and has alleged serious corrupt practices and racism. The opposition voted against the local content bill. Imagine a bill that was supposed to bring benefits for Guyanese to get opportunities for business and employment in the oil and gas sector, without which they would never have the opportunity. They voted against that bill. They boycotted Parliament many times, Mr. Speaker, and they go around the country telling falsehoods to people, trying to block projects, and they told people not to take the vaccines. They told people that they shouldn't take the scholarships. They also told their NDCs that they control not to support the cleanup efforts that the government was leading. The fact is, that was their stellar year, 2022, and it is now commonly understood by everyone in the country that the opposition is lazy, it's not credible, and it's useless.
Honorable member, you have to withdraw lazy for me.
I withdraw the word lazy, Mr. President. They lack energy. They're lethargic, I'm being advised. And that's the reason why, Mr. Speaker, they are unable to get a crowd anywhere. Mr. Speaker, I even saw that they had on Boxing Day a big green lime at Congress Place. And even for the green lime, they were unable to get a crowd. So over the course of this debate, Mr. Speaker, it would be senseless for the opposition to come to the people of the country, having had already 5 years in government, spent $1.4 trillion in this country. Don't come and tell them and lost the election, and don't come and tell us that you can do a better job. And I've heard the argument, Mr. Speaker, that the country needs a strong opposition. What the country needs, Mr. Speaker, is a responsible opposition, not just a strong opposition, a responsible opposition. And how is this budget crafted, Mr. Speaker? I want you to know that when it comes to analyzing countries and the quality of the country that we're living in. And we make comparisons all the time. Why is Guyana in this situation? And it is always the quality of our infrastructure. And if you want people to have a better life in this country, you have to give them quality infrastructure. And anyone who doubts the importance of quality infrastructure, just remove the seawalls. Just remove the seawalls for 1 minute, or for 1 day, or for 1 week, and Georgetown becomes unlivable. And this year, again, we're spending heavy on infrastructure, and I call infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, the great equalizer. The great equalizer, because whether you're rich or you're poor, you have to drive on the same bridge. You have to drive on the same road. You have the same source of electricity. You benefit from the same canals. You benefit from the same sea defenses. And many times when people say, you can't eat road, I heard them say that, you can't eat road. Well, actually, you can. Because when the government spends on infrastructure, on, let's say, building a road, it goes to a contractor. The contractor has to pay workers. The contractor has to buy materials like asphalt and sand and loom, and that goes to a business. Those businesses have employees. And then when those employees also have to pay taxes, the contractor has to pay taxes. They have to pay NIS. It keeps expanding for everyone. They have to rent machinery, move trucks, the truck drivers, everyone gets an opportunity to eat as a result of spending on infrastructure. Even the banks get to expand their commercial activity because we are spending, because they are going to have to go and take out loans and pay off on interest. So all of that, even the accountants who have to file their taxes, they get an opportunity to work. The legal clerks are getting an opportunity to work. The clerical staff, all of that expands economic activity, expands our tax base, so everyone gets a chance to eat. It also creates the connectivity of trade. And when you want to talk about sustainability of growth, it is about creating the connectivity of trade. And one thing that this type of spending, which is infrastructure-based, that many people don't understand, is that it is cumulative. Cumulative. Every minute saved, every dollar saved, it multiplies across every citizen, and it adds up to greater and greater output, greater disposable income, greater consumption, greater time savings. And if you are really concerned, the opposition, about inflation, the last thing from an economic perspective that you want to be doing is to be pushing rapid spending on salaries and government transfers. That's the last thing that you want to be doing, because that is the classic recipe for inflation. Too much money chasing too few goods. That is the simple description of inflation. Too much money chasing too few goods. So these are points that you may lose on the opposition, but it's not lost here on us in terms of an economic philosophy. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on my area. We've spent some time on the bigger picture and what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, for sport, it has been another phenomenal year for us. We commenced the construction of the mini stadiums at Anna Regina and Mackenzie. We commenced the transformation of the Cliff Anderson Sports Hall. We commenced construction of modern stands at the athletic tracks in New Amsterdam and Linden. We completed construction of a new stand in Lenora and at the Lenora Track and Field Stadium. We completed the procurement of international lights and quality international lights at the synthetic track in New Amsterdam. We completed major renovation works at the National Stadium. We completed procurement of international lights at the iFlood ground. We commenced construction of a new doubles court, commenced construction of a new racket hall at the racket center. We commenced construction of an all-weather cricket training facility at the National Stadium. We completed the asphalt work at the Linden track, and we're about to lay the synthetic material with the supervision of BSW from Germany. We completed payment for the repair of the track. And as for community grounds, Mr. Speaker, something that's very close to my heart, we have completed and supported work for being done at 55, just in last year, 55 community grounds in 2022. I saw in the news media reports that they said it was 55 since coming into office, and I saw inadvertently the minister responsible for finance had said that it was 55 since coming into office. It's just 55 in last year alone. It's 92 since coming into office, and we've lit 21 of those grounds since coming into office. And when we pay attention, when we're doing these community grounds, Mr. Speaker, we have an integrated approach to what we're doing. So it's not just about doing the grounds, but it's offering all of the opportunities and connecting with the community so that we can know how we can get over the opportunities in all the areas that we are offering, so that we can offer that for the young people, so that they can be part of the program of development and training. We were the first country in CONCACAF, Mr. Speaker, to secure the FIFA for Schools program, working with the GFF. We were able to secure Guyana, Mr. Speaker, as one of the host countries for the Under-19 World Cup that was held earlier this year. We hosted the IGG Games after 5 years, and for the first time had 9 disciplines. We expanded our sports academy program, hiring certified coaches to run the nurseries. Our Teach Them Young swim camp had over 1,600 kids, and the program was successfully implemented with not a single incident. Not a single incident. We held the President's Cup, One Guyana tournament with the GFF, and I was just in Region 9, and I heard the story of one of the villages where they were explaining to me that 2 of their members, 2 of their young football players, had the opportunity to represent the region because it is a new format for the tournament, represent the region, and they are now selected for our national team, for our national pool of players. Had that not been for that program, they would not be part of that national program. We also held the Junior Caribbean Area Squash Association tournament right here in Guyana. And this year, we're once again heavy on building the infrastructure for facilities. Training and the sports policy will be completed. So what's important as well for this year, I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that for the first time in any budget presentation, we've had the words Cricket Academy. Cricket Academy included in a budget presentation. For all these years that we have been a leader in the world for cricket talent, producing some of the best in the world, and cricket has been on a decline in the region. It is the first time that we're taking hold of this as part of the government program to improve the talent and the performance of all of our cricketers by building a cricket academy. And I want to respond to some of the things that the Honorable Member, Mr. Jones, had said yesterday when he wants to compare records of the PPP and the PNC. And when you compare the 28 years of the PNC plus the APNU AFC's 5 years, which is 33 years, and the PPP 23 years plus 2 years, which is 25. And just for the sake of clarity for those folks on the other side, that 33 is more than 25. 33 is more than 25. It was under the PPP that the National Stadium was built. It was under the PPP that the Aquatic Center was built. It was under the PPP that the public national squash court at the Racket Center was built. It was under the PPP that the gymnasium was built. It was under the PPP that the Lenora Track and Field Stadium was built. And all of that was done without oil money. Without oil money. The only sports facilities that the PNC or the APNU AFC have ever built was in their 33 years in office were, one, the Cliff Anderson Sports Hall, and two, the Durban Park project, of which $1.4 billion was spent and $600 million cannot be accounted for. Cannot be accounted for. Even the Mackenzie Sports Club was not built by the PNC. It was built by Demba. So when the honorable member, Mr. Barbershop, boasts about the APNU buying a replaced screen for the national...
So, Honorable Minister, I don't know we have Honorable Barbershop.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member, Mr. Jones, who may be seeking proprietorship of a barbershop. When he said and boasts that the APNU AFC bought a replaced screen at the National Stadium, it was the PPP that built the entire stadium. It was the PPP that built the entire stadium, and that point would be lost on them. That's how parochial them on the other side are. And all of the references that were made in relation to the hosting of tournaments, they were just the temporary beneficiaries of the PPP's vision and investment that we made. And when he mentioned about the sports policy, I happened to go and do some digging to find the minutes of the National Sports Commission, where at June 28th meetings, where he was at that meeting, along with many other persons. Here's what it says in the meeting. Mr. Butts mentioned that a news report which spoke of a sports policy being presented to Minister and Cabinet by the end of the month, but was puzzled as to how the Commission was left out of the process. Dr. Roach suggests a follow-up meeting with the Minister. Mr. Jones mentioned that the associations and federations are saying they had no input into the document, which are contrary to what the reports, which said wide consultation had been completed of the document. Mr. Roach says the whole situation worries him. That is what is contained in the minutes of the National Sports Commission of a meeting that he attended.
Honorable Minister, two things that he, please, I allow you 2 times to make reference to the honorable member without, and secondly, to lay over that minute. To lay over the document.
I will, yes, yes. Thanks. Yes, and it's important, Mr. Speaker, that what they want me to complete in 2 years, is something that they never completed in 5 years. So it's important to note the duplicity. And when he made reference to the statement by boxer Kevin Alcock, I want you to just listen to what the statement was. And I'll lay over all of this, Mr. Speaker. He said that, no, this is Mr. Kevin Alikok. He said, let me state for the record that I have never met that individual before, and I do not know who he is. He was talking about somebody who was sitting at the press conference. Let me clarify once again that my previous public statement had nothing to do with the government of Guyana and the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, but had to do with the sports associations. In fact, I issued a subsequent statement immediately thereafter stating I've always had the support of the Office of the President and the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport. And I express my gratitude for that support. While I do not get involved in politics, and I would like the opposition to leave me out of their drama, as we have to say in Guyana, we have to give Jack his jacket. This Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport has been the most active, supportive, effective, and visionary this country has ever seen. And I can't help but note when we speak about the Allianz Pompi tournament, where even the simple things they couldn't get done. We had to spend $77 million last year to get so that the track can be repaired. Even though the damage to that track happened within their 5-year period, during the warranty, which we could have gotten replaced and fixed for free, because they didn't do what they were supposed to do, we had to spend $77 million for doing that. So, Mr. Speaker, I know time is moving, so I want to move to the...
So this is a good time to ask for an extension for you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to ask that my colleague be given time to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister Ramsden,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Continue to conclude.
The highlight of our cultural calendar was the successful hosting of the Guyana's new tourism product, which was the Cricket Carnival. The ministry partnered with the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce and successfully held 15 events and a road parade over the 2 weeks period, and it was hugely successful. One of the events was the One Guyana Mega Concert, which saw the fulfillment of a commitment by His Excellency of a stage only for Guyanese artists. This was the largest crowd for any Guyanese-only stage in our country's history. And all of the revenue from the gate went to the performers. And the sum, Mr. Speaker, was doubled by President Ali. The other first for us was the moving of independence to the celebration in another region, Anna Regina. This, again, hugely successful. And we intend to rotate to another region every year. We reintroduced the Guyana Prize for Literature, introducing for the first time a youth category, and will culminate in a literary arts festival during the Mashramani period. And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to show you what happened during APNU's period. They killed the Guyana Prize for Literature. And this is the article that was published in the process of killing the Guyana Prize for Literature. This is October 8, 2018. Caption, Guyana Prize impasse for cabinet this week. Subcaption, Norton unsure if money available for literary award. Imagine he's the minister. And he doesn't show, just George Norton. Imagine he's the minister and doesn't even know if the money is available in the budget for the award. He then goes on to say, I have sent a memo to cabinet. I'm going to cabinet with an agenda. I hope we can discuss it on Tuesday. And what is the result of his Tuesday discussion, his agenda? The prize was killed. It was never held again. Mr. Speaker, Working with the ministry, with my colleague ministry, we also were able to secure representation of our culture at the FIFA World Cup in Qatar, which was fully funded by Qatar. Working with my brother here, we were able to secure that. We also had the Cultural Creative Industries Grant. The ministry also introduced for the first time the youth culture camps to expose young minds to visual and performing arts, to enhance their awareness of Guyanese culture and heritage. 240 youths participated in the sessions where they focused on traditional drumming and drum making, traditional dance and modern dance, drawing, painting, heritage awareness. During the heritage aspects, they were able to visit historical sites. We held consultations on the cultural policy, which will be concluding this year. We had over 2,000 persons, young people, we were able to engage with in the sector. Some of the projects that we did were significant. We completed the installation of seats at the balcony at the National Culture Center. We also completed the replacement of the Humana Yana roof. We completed the accessway in Banab at the Hog Island in Windmill. We completed accessibility to projects at Fort Nassau and completed enhancement work to the 1763 monument and Enmore's martyr. This year, one of the big things that we have on our program is to focus on getting our Creative Industries Academy, or Institute for Creative Arts, accredited. This year also on youth, Mr. Speaker, we're spending $94 billion on education, $2.7 billion injected into the University of Guyana, $2.5 billion into the technical institutes, $1.8 billion into gold scholarships, $488 million for the BIT, $200 million into youth entrepreneur projects in agriculture, $960 million for us on training, etc. And this is one of the things that we're most proud of. We have engaged more than 5,000 young people in our youth program, in the science fair or the President's Youth Award. We also had for our robotics training, but one of the things that we are most proud of, which we launched yesterday, we were able to retrofit the buildings and purchase all the tools and do the upskilling for all of the trainers so that we can launch a transformational training program for TechVoc, where young people can enter our institution and get their technical vocational training in 4 months, in 4 of the main areas, and it will be 5 this year. There is no other technical vocational training program in Guyana or in the West Indies where they can get CTVET certified in just 4 months. And we will be expanding that this year. Mr. Speaker, I have the great privilege and honor of being the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport to come and add my voice to all of the work that we've been doing at the ministry and to support the work that the Ministry of Finance has been doing. And I would like to leave this lasting word and this closing word with a special thank you from my own ministry, all of the hardworking staff and all of my colleagues at the cabinet and my ministry for all of the support that they've given to me, to us, and to all of the, by extension, all of the young people, the tens of thousands of young people that our ministry has been able to engage and improve and give leadership and mentorship across the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now for the contribution of the Honorable Member, Mr. Jermaine Figueroa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having listened to the minister who just concluded his presentation, and in his embryonic remarks, Mr. Speaker, his quote that he quoted was intended to insult the honorable member before him. I too, sir, am reminded of a quote from the famous Greek playwright Aristophanes, who said, and I quote, "Ignorance can be cured, but stupidity is forever." Mr. Speaker, as I stand to join this debate and lend my voice to Budget 2023, permit me to express my gratitude to the hard-working public servants at the Ministry of Finance and the Honorable Member, Dr. Singh, for the budget he has presented. A budget, Mr. Speaker, that promised to play a pivotal role in where our country will go and how our people will benefit from the utilization of the nation's resources, which is yet to be proven. Dr. Singh, the Honorable Member, your hard-working staff at the ministry have given services above and beyond, and they are yet to be rewarded with an increase from this very said budget. Where is the gratitude? Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023, which has guaranteed and garnered from this side of the House the most appropriate adjectives to describe it in its truest sense, in its realness, the honest views of the majority of the people in this country. Mr. Speaker, taking the opportunity as I so have, I too, Mr. Speaker, would accurately like to give my description, of which this budget, I believe, is an unadulterated extortion of the people's money. This budget does not reflect the will and the desires of the small man, the majority of the people who eagerly, hopefully, and optimistic about getting more from this budget, which has epitomized the term, the paradox of plenty. The paradox of plenty, Mr. Speaker. Sir, whenever one reads a budget or listens to the presentation, no matter how long it is, the small man is only concerned with what is in it for him. The pensioners want to know what you have given them. And I say, Mr. Speaker, without successful contradiction, that the paltry sum of $5,000 was not pleasing to this demographic of the population, especially those, Mr. Speaker, who are taking care of their grandchildren. They are immensely disappointed, Mr. Speaker. Parents who will benefit from the Because We Care cash grant of $10,000 more. We are thankful, Mr. Speaker, thankful for this increase, and we welcome it. But equally so, Mr. Speaker, we believe that this increase, Madam Minister of Education, should be complemented with the reintroduction of the 5Bs initiative. Mr. McCoy, the Honorable Member, tried to trivialize the importance of this program, which played, Mr. Speaker, an important role in providing free transportation and hot meals to countless of parents and students who benefited from this initiative, Mr. Speaker. I seriously hope that the Honorable Minister of Education will give some serious consideration to this sensible proposition and add it to her ministry's program. Mr. Speaker, what is one of the most disappointing group of people is our hard-working public servants who expected from this budget to see what they will be getting, to help cushion them from the challenges posed by high cost of living. They continue to wait in anguish, and it is most unfair to the hard-working people who contribute to the nation's coffers and keeps the engine of government running. The Honorable Minister of Finance, I beseech you, sir, to provide our public servants with the answers they seek. Mr. Speaker, the theme of any budget is of utmost importance, for it gives insights of what is to come, and it lays the foundation on which that vision will be realized. But sir, this budget's theme, improving lives today, building prosperity tomorrow, is an oxymoron in many respects to its contents presented, and in some instances very misleading, Mr. Speaker, with its inaccuracies and misrepresentation of the facts, of which I will highlight in a moment's time. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to highlight what I believe was the most impressive about Budget 2023, which was the minister's stamina to stand and present for over 6 hours. 6 hours, Mr. Speaker, without a bathroom break. Sir, I must confess.
Just let me correct you, 5 hours and 20 minutes officially.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must confess, I had always admired Dr. Sting's style of debating, long before coming to this House. And I believe he too is secretly disappointed that he was unable to give more to the people most in need, which when more is available, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I believe I speak for every Guyanese, especially all public servants, youths, senior citizens, the vulnerable and the poor, when I say we wish if this very impressive demonstration of the length of the minister's presentation would have reflected real beneficial policies and programs that would have actually bring tangible life-changing opportunities and benefits to help them with the harsh realities of extremely high cost of living. Mr. Speaker, the plight of the poor in my constituency, Region 10 in particular, and that of the ordinary Guyanese in general, in this country, which is the fastest growing economy in the world, is most unacceptable given the vast wealth and our population size. Mr. Speaker, the framework of Budget 2023, as posited by the Minister of Finance on the 16th of January, is a pointed reminder to all Guyanese that if you are at the bottom of the social ladder, the PPP administration, through its trickle-down economic policies, will ensure you remain there. Referencing the World Bank's report, Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that price inflation on food and the essential dietary needs for a food basket remains at well over 20% and continues to rise. No theatrics by the Honorable Member McCoy can dilute or evade this fact. His price trick in an effort to debunk the real expressed views of ordinary Guyanese, with his display of two commodities from his well-endowed food pantry, will not fool anyone. In yesterday's Stabrook News on page 13, captioned, "How the cost of living is hitting people." How the cost of living is hitting people. This is what real Guyanese are saying, Mr. Speaker. Colin Rodney, and I wish the Honorable Member Todd would have been here, because Colin Rodney is also from Linden, and this is what he had to say. Every item has risen in the market. Just imagine we are importing sugar in Guyana. Just imagine we are importing sugar in Guyana, and a pound is now $200. 3 months ago, it was $80. Milk, $720 from $460. Eliezer Smith, the rising cost of living is affecting me in groceries. I could not afford to pay $340 to $350 for 1 pound of okra to feed my family of 6. She said ground provision is very expensive too. A pound of plantain is now $240. Citizen Ozan Gordon said the rise in inflation is too high. 2 to 3 months ago, sweet potato used to be $100 a pound. Now it's $350. Jennifer Ribeiro tomatoes is now $600 a pound. These are the real views of Guyanese people, Mr. Speaker, not the invisible man the minister claimed to have bought his imported sugar from when he voted successfully for the failing Gaisuko that gets billions more every budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I read the comments of the Guyana Agriculture Workers Union saying that this is a pro-budget, I long to ask them to please point us to the measures in this budget that address same. Mr. Speaker, I know you would secretly agree with me that it is utter wickedness when the government would forcefully give public servants 8% increase and tax it in 2022, knowing full well that food prices alone would have absorbed such a meager increase. Mr. Speaker, it is visible for all to see that this budget has heavily endowed the Ministry of Public Works with a very big chunk of budget 2023. Sir, I am forced to admit that the road to development is the building of roads, bridges, and roadways and proper infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, this budget, sir, remains of genuine concern for me, for the majority of my colleagues in this House, and all Guyanese living on the coast, which is way below sea level, Mr. Speaker. And no serious consideration is being put to the protection of our sea defenses. Equally, sir, the poor quality of works being executed on our roads, drains, and bridges. Coupled with that, Mr. Speaker, the inadequate skill set at the ministry and at some contracting firms to complete those works to be given in a genuine time is of great concern for us. Mr. Speaker, as important those infrastructural works are for poor Guyanese, as the PPP had said in opposition, they can't eat roads, bridges, and many of them don't work for Gaisuka, Mr. Speaker, which continues to get never-ending billions. Mr. Speaker, I must turn my attention now to provide some comments on the previous speaker's portfolio that continues to pose a challenge to gauge the productivity of the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports for me. If one was to ask me from outside of Guyana which sports discipline had taken off in 2022 under the leadership of Minister Ramson and his Sports Commission, I would have to conduct a study session, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague asks the minister to make sense. I dare say this minister, with this very important ministry, makes no sense. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance for speaking on behalf of this ministry. For the Honorable Minister, most of Guyana are aware, Mr. Speaker, that for the last 3 budgets debates in this House, this is what most of us this is what, Mr. Speaker, the minister presentation represented for this minister, whose magnified gross incompetence of this ministry is concerning. This minister, Mr. Speaker, is more concerned about Facebook's like at his ministry's page. In 2020, the Honorable Minister, in his debut speech as a minister, said, and I quote, "When I got to the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, our Facebook page had 6,000 likes. Within 1 month, 10,000 likes." In his 2021 budget presentation, again, the Honorable Minister informed this August House, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "Imagine the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, when I got there, had 6,000 likes on its Facebook page. Today, it has over 22,000 likes and 20,000 followers on Facebook." Mr. Speaker, what a remarkable accomplishment. Well done, Minister. Mr. Speaker, in thanking the Minister of Finance for ably assisting his colleague, I must inform him that some of the information provided were misleading, grossly inaccurate, and I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Minister wasn't academically or intellectually dishonest. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the Honorable Minister would intentionally provide this House with inaccurate information. But, sir, I must inform him, the Honorable Minister, at page 60 of his budget speech, where he was misled to believe that those 2 synthetic tracks at regions 6 and 10 were completed. They are far from that reality, Mr. Speaker. The track at Linden, however, was blessed with being fenced twice. So it has two fences, less than 5 feet apart. Less than 5 feet apart, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I do not possess the sagacity to understand the logic of spending an additional $26 million for a second fence. Is it to prevent the country's best athletes from accessing the facility? Sir, it is important to note that despite all of the challenges of having to access the Bayrock facility where the track is being built, did not hinder our region's prolific athletes from winning the 6 consecutive national cycling, swimming, and track and field championships. 17 overall, Mr. Speaker. Sir, what was most disappointing about this victory is that the minister with responsibility for our young people and sports did not recognize the importance to present himself, not only to present the winning trophy for our future sports ambassadors and offer them some encouraging words, which speaks volume of the minister's ineptitude. Equally disappointing, Mr. Speaker, was the no-show of the Minister of Education. That was not expected from the Honorable Minister, Priya Manik-Chand. Mr. Speaker, what is really the plan of the ministry for the continuation of our star athletes after high school? Is there a plan to have the University of Guyana have a real sports program to facilitate the continuation of our nation's sports pursuits? Sir, I believe we have the best of opportunities here and now to utilize one of the most dynamic and phenomenal Vice Chancellor the University of Guyana now has. Dr. Paloma Mohammed is a woman who thinks outside the box. I believe she is a revolutionary. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I believe the Ministers of Education and Culture, Youth and Sport should engage the Vice Chancellor to bring this much needed component into reality at the University of Guyana to offer scholarship opportunities to our athletes to continue their education and craft. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I believe the time is right for Linden to be given an arm of the University of Guyana, similar to that attained in Region 6. Sir, as I would have indicated to the President on his visit to Linden, our athletes need more than a completed track and an upgraded grounds. Our athletes need those facilities, Mr. Speaker, to be furnished with gyms and athletic training equipment, different sports gears for the respective disciplines, trained coaches, exchange programs, and scholarships for our gifted athletes, which he accepted is most needed, and I presume he was in full agreement. Mr. Speaker, I am happy with the increased allocation for sports, but I must confess, I do have some legitimate concerns of seeing the benefits of all those monies. Mr. Speaker, the reality is none of the sports discipline in this country have improved despite having all of those resources. Sir, none of the sports discipline is in January 2023 are at the levels of 2019 rather, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the distinct failure of the minister with responsibility for this sector has compelled none other than the head of state himself on the 27th of October 2022 to publicly apologize to the nation's athletes for the lack of support they received. This is the president, Mr. Speaker, saying that he apologized to the nation's athletes for the lack of support they received. Mr. Speaker, he assured athletes that under his watch, Mr. Speaker, their sacrifices and challenges of the past will not be their future. Sir, this statement by the head of state is testament to the confirmed failure of the minister to execute his mandate on behalf of the president as his...
Honorable member, I have no problem with you quoting what the president says. But now attributing that to failure of the minister's imputation, you need to withdraw that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by the president, by virtue of his own words, has expressed his no confidence in his minister, who is clueless.
Absolutely not. You're trying hard to say the same thing. Please withdraw that one. You've been going great so far. You've covered so much of ground in such a short time. You're going great. Don't spoil it.
Mr. Speaker, in heeding to your advice, one would be directed to say, based on the president's comments, Mr. Speaker, it can be inferred that the president himself has expressed no confidence in his minister.
Okay, you're insisting that you want to use that, right? You can. There is an issue with respect to standing orders and using the president's name to influence the debate. You're now trying to use that to say the president has no confidence in the minister, and I don't think that's what he said.
Okay,
and
Mr.
so
Speaker.
Please strike all of those, and I'm striking them right now from the records, and don't go back down that road.
I'm so guided, Mr. Speaker, and I wish that I would be less. I wish I could continue uninterrupted with your guidance, of course, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the development of culture, youth, and sport, despite being given sufficient resources, Mr. Speaker, has not garnered any significant difference under the leadership of this minister. Mr. Speaker, those words uttered by the head of state, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is one in which, Mr. Speaker, that any self-respecting person having heard those words from their boss would have done the honorable and dignified thing, Mr. Speaker, and resigned. Sir, it is a mark of mature intelligence, Mr. Speaker, when one can not only read between the lines, when one can read not what only is, Mr. Speaker, it is a mark of mature intelligence when one can read not only what is on the lines, but between the lines. The president, in an effort, Mr. Speaker, to save and salvage the undeniable failure of the ministry.
You have to now totally withdraw that, because now you're using, I think, intentionally to deal with influencing the procedure in the parliament. And the standing order is quite clear. Quoting what the president said is...
Withdraw on, Mr. Speaker.
And I'm not taking away your time. I've stopped the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, in efforts to save and salvage the undeniable failure of the ministry, many efforts, Mr. Speaker, were taken charge by the superior head of this minister to take charge himself with regards to leading the country's two most prolific sports, cricket and football, in 2022, with the concepts Cricket Carnival and the President's Cup. But is that enough, Mr. Speaker? Is that what is needed to develop sports in Guyana? Certainly not, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the $4.3 billion allocation, which is a significant increase of $1.1 billion, will essentially focus, I am told, on construction of multi-purpose sporting facilities and ensuring there is much needed infrastructure. But, Mr. Speaker, the development of sports requires much more than infrastructural development. That is most welcome. The ministry had $3 billion last year for sports, a reflection of $7.5 billion in 2 years, and $9 billion will happen this year, Mr. Speaker. The needed question to be answered, Mr. Speaker, where is the evidence of all those resources? What significant impact was made from the utilization of those resources? Who really benefited, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, did the Everest Cricket Ground had any benefit from the monies that were exploited? I don't expect you to answer, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I was told that the minister loves cricket. He's an ardent fan of the sport. Mr. Speaker, with all this love for this sport, how many regions was furnished with cricket pitches to promote this sport by the minister who claimed to love cricket? Mr. Speaker, the development of an all-purpose cricket club at the National Stadium, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, the region with the most prolific athletes, Region 10, has no cricket pitch. How many regions benefited from cricket gears, and how many cricket matches were supported by the minister? How many football courts were constructed across this country, and in which region benefited from gears? How many coaches from the respective disciplines benefited from accredited coaching programs from the parent bodies of those different associations and federations? How many associations, federations, and clubs were furnished with the necessary equipment and athletes with the proper gear for their respective sport of choice? Mr. Speaker, what did the increased allocation over the past 2 years did for impacting any identifiable sport? I dare say none. Mr. Speaker, we had oil money in 2022 budget. Sports was given $3 billion, and our athletes overseas representing Guyana, the fastest growing economy in the world, were begging for food and proper medical personnel, while the minister was issuing press statement to save face. What an embarrassment. What a disgrace. Mr. Speaker, we had oil money in 2022, and the national under-14 footballers had to miss an important CONCACAF tournament because of airfares challenges at that time, Mr. Speaker. It would seem that the more money we have, the more difficulty we have, Mr. Speaker, in making prudent decisions. The more money we have, Mr. Speaker, the harder it is to see the evidence of those spendings. Mr. Speaker, the minister boasted in his 2022 budget presentation about receiving support of all the sporting disciplines in Guyana. My question, Mr. Speaker, is the minister willing to give in 2023 each of the sporting disciplines that he claims supported him, Mr. Speaker, a financial subvention of at least 25% of their annual budget to avoid Guyanese ambassadors begging when they represent us abroad and to assist with their sports programs? We have oil money. We should use it wisely for our athletes' benefit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Sports spent close to $500 million in the last 2 years, and the Honorable Dr. Singh during his presentation indicated that 54 community grounds were upgraded across Region 1 to 6 and Regions 8 to 9. The revelation has aroused the suspicion of many communities, and we would like to know from the minister the names of those community grounds and how much resources were expended for those said upgrades. Mr. Speaker, in December, the Region 4 East Coast team, December 2022, had to travel all the way to the East Bank to use the GFF all-weather grounds to complete the village aspect of the tournament. This is because the minister only enhanced sunshine grounds. None of the investment went into all-weather facilities, which was suggested in my presentation last year, starting with one such ground in all 10 regions because it is most needed given our climate. Mr. Speaker, with $250 million in 2022 and an additional $250 in 2023, an equivalent of $500 million for ground enhancement, and no region can boast of having an all-weather ground except at the national stadium for only cricket, with lights, washroom facilities, and a mini pavilion that can accommodate at least 1,000 spectators, Mr. Speaker. With all these resources is grossly unacceptable. This is the vision of the minister and the ministry, even as Guyana, Mr. Speaker, continues in its harvesting of oil money from the billions of oil from our natural patrimony. Mr. Speaker, I have always, in my conscious effort to help the minister, provided not only constructive criticisms, which he apparently takes personal, but it is never with the intent to belittle the minister. That is not my forte, for he does that on his own. Sir, in every single budget debate, I have provided workable solutions that I know once implemented, it will enhance sports in general and provide our nation's athletes with the best opportunities to excel and succeed in their craft. Mr. Speaker, sports has to play a more defining role in carving our national identity. It requires a strategic time-bound developmental plan, a plan, Mr. Speaker, that requires a deliberate, tailored, and focused approach in identifying out of the 40 Olympic disciplines, 10 or 15 disciplines that provides us with the greatest of opportunities of winning Olympic medals, focusing on those identified disciplines as a national priority with a time frame as advised in my 2021 budget presentation should be taken seriously.
At this time, a serious extension is needed.
Comrade Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you very much, honourable member, please.
Thank you for your gracious extension, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the minister and his uninspiring and visionary gang of the ministry continues in this deadbeat posture, His Excellency's desire for Guyana to advance to the 2026 World Cup would be nothing, Mr. Speaker, but a fleeting illusion. Culture. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance in his speech adumbrated that it is important that the moment be seized to harness and fortify our rich cultural diversity. Words beautifully put and accepted by us on this side. But sir, I shudder to think, and moreover, I'm of the belief that the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport don't understand this view. Sir, I have said it before, but I believe Stabroek News editorial in last Sunday's paper has encapsulated this position from an independent standpoint, which is very apt. It states the current Minister of Culture has never shown much enthusiasm for his portfolio. Has never, Mr. Speaker, or even for that matter, a sure grasp of what all aspects of it entails. It questioned, does the minister, Charles Ramson Jr., does he have any vision for this sector? This is an independent editorial articulating the very views that we on this side, Mr. Speaker, have been saying since the inception of the minister being at the ministry. Sir, I believe I have answered that question. I believe the head, the boss of the minister would have answered that question. I believe the minister himself knows the answer. We all have concluded, sir, that he does not hold the passion that is required, the vision that is required to lead this ministry. So I believe our uniqueness as a people of 6 different ethnicities, multi-religion, multicultural experiences, our customs, norms, food, music, dance, and all that makes us Guyanese presents the best opportunities for us, Mr. Speaker, as was articulated in my 2020 budget speech, for the promotion of brand Guyana. Mr. Speaker, with the award of $1.4 billion for culture and arts, if Guyana, for arts, Mr. Speaker, in Guyana, if we fail to recognize our country, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if we fail to continue not to recognize our country's most celebrated activity, which is matrimony, which I believe, Mr. Speaker, and I believe those on the other side share the view, embodies our Guyanese-ness in the truest sense. This celebration makes us unique from our Caribbean counterparts. This festival should be branded and promoted as our indigenous version of Carnival, Mr. Speaker. But this government, through its most incompetent minister, has deliberately failed to put the necessary resources to propel Mashimani to the heights of Trinidad Carnival, Barbados Crop Over, St. Lucia Jazz Festival, and such like. Imagine, sir, MASH in 2020, MASH, Mr. Speaker, imagine for MASH 2023 was launched, and again, the minister who's responsible for this portfolio, Mr. Speaker, was visibly absent. Sir, I am very happy with all of the allocation for the recording studio, which was proposed by me in my 2022 budget debates, Mr. Speaker, which are now going to materialize and help benefit the talented and aspiring musician. Mr. Speaker, this is the maturity I long to see in budgets, where it is a reflection of the best ideas of our people. Sir, with this recording studio and the subsidies for recording artists, this will most definitely enhance Guyana's musical potential. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome this initiative, but more importantly, I am compelled to ask the Attorney General once more, Mr. Speaker, to see the importance of bringing copyright legislation to this House, Mr. Speaker, so that our gifted artists, our gifted musicians, our playwrights, our poets, Mr. Speaker, can benefit from their intellectual properties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a solemn duty as leaders in this country to understand that our most prized possession in this country is not our oil resources. It is our young people, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Education has taken a very magnanimous approach in leading this ministry, I believe, in the direction that it should go. And we are, as you have invited us to work with you, I am committed, like all of us in this House, Mr. Speaker, with regards to giving you all that is required, with regards to our best ideas to ensure that the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Culture, and all of the ministries that provide service to the people of Guyana embodies what it takes, Mr. Speaker, to propel Guyana to the heights that it rightfully deserves. With regards to this budget, Mr. Speaker, and the fact that it does not encapsulate all of the ideas that the people of Guyana, the elected people of Guyana, has presented through their elected representative, I cannot wholeheartedly support this budget in its entirety. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now invite the Honourable Member, Mr. Alistair Charlie, to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to rebut to the last speaker, the Honorable German Figueroa. The Honorable Member in opposition now seems to have the answers, telling the government what to do. And this clearly shows, Mr. Speaker, the incompetence of the APNU, AFC, when they were in government. Mr. Speaker, allow me first to congratulate the senior minister in the office of the President with responsibility for finance, the Honorable Dr. Ashwini Kumar Singh, and the staff of the Ministry of Finance to produce a budget that sets the framework for Guyana's growth and development, the forward movement of our people and their advancement. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 is the embodiment of hope, the spirit of optimism, and the definition of one Guyana. It is not my intention, Mr. Speaker, to drag you and the Guyanese along an aimless road of negativity. It is not my intention, Mr. Speaker, to drag you and the Guyanese into a debate that seeks to castigate Guyana. Mr. Speaker, it is my intention to school the honorable opposition members. I will serve as a guide for them to come to the irrefutable position that budget 2023 is good for the poor, working class people of this country, and has indeed. The measures are all laudable and will have an impact on the lives of the ordinary folks when its fiscal bite becomes a reality. Mr. Speaker, since assuming office in August 2020, the PPPC government has transformed the economic landscape of our country through its budgetary allocations. In the last 2 years in office, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government has improved the quality of the country's social and physical infrastructure, improved access to shelter through the provision of housing to low-income families across the country, expanded the economic base of the country, the economic base of the country, improved the competitiveness of the domestic economy, improved the country's human capital, strengthened the national institution responsible for safety and justice, and reduced poverty and inequality, maintained fiscal prudence, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, restored hope in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 national budget stands at $781.9 billion and coincides with the theme, improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow. The APNU-AFC, Mr. Speaker, and I will want to ask your permission, Mr. Speaker, to give a synopsis of their track record. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC legacy of moving Guyana backward did not start in 2015. It began much earlier. Since attaining a combined majority of 1 in the November 11 elections, the APNU-AFC weaponized the parliamentary process for selfish political gains at the expense of the Guyanese people's well-being. The APNU-AFC deliberately blocked $90 billion in programs designed by the PPPC government to benefit the Guyanese. Their goal was to weaken the ability of the PPPC government to deliver on its mandate while creating a political environment that fostered discontent among our people. As a political tactic, Mr. Speaker, they waged a campaign of misinformation in a calculated plan to design, distort, and obscure the truth. In 2015, Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC combined their operations and used their armory of tricks and deception to win political power with a parliamentary majority of 1. Rather than progressing their menu of promises as outlined in their manifesto, they mismanaged the resources of Guyana, harmed our democracy through unilateral and unconstitutional actions, incompetently negotiated many state contracts, bungled by key investment opportunities, and in the process damaged prospects and the economic well-being of Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC suppressed the work of constitutional bodies such as the Integrity Commission and the Audit Office by reducing their budget and curtailing their independence. Through their actions, Mr. Speaker, they have been found to be the most incompetent government in our entire independent history. Mr. Speaker, one of their first acts of the APNU-AFC in office was to offer themselves and their inner cabal huge salary increases, leaving behind scores of nurses, teachers, members of the discipline services, and other workers. They promised to end expenditure wastage, but instead, Mr. Speaker, they more than double spending on international travel by an increase over $1 billion during their tenure. They spent over $2 billion on dietary supplies. They increased spending on security service by over $2 billion. and rental and maintenance of buildings and equipment by over $3 billion. If that was not enough, Mr. Speaker, they then embarked on a program that ignored their 2015 manifesto promises and instead made ad hoc decisions to enrich themselves. Mr. Speaker, during their 2015 campaign, the APNUFC made several promises to the Amerindians, which included more jobs, improved health care, education, and the acceleration of the land titling program. Mr. Speaker, however, weeks after they took office, they fired 1,972 Amerindian community support officers and withdrew funds to finance the Amerindian community development plans. Shame. Who the cap fits, let them wear it, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, you have to withdraw shame.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they took away some 6,000 solar panel systems which were earmarked for Amerindian communities, dismantled the Amerindian land titling unit, and scuttled the Amerindian land titling project started by the PPPC government. Amerindian lives have changed for the worse under the APNU-AFC with increased taxes, VAT on hinterland fuel and travel, neglect of hinterland roads, shortages of medicine at health centers, and declining jobs. They have reduced Amerindian presence on the Amerindian People's Commission and attempted to weaken Amerindian rights through a revision of the Amerindian Act. Mr. Speaker, to add, the APNUFC also established a commission of inquiry to investigate Amerindian lands, while one of their ministers, when they were in government, called the Amerindian people avaricious, and to this effect, they should not benefit from the proceeds of the oil and gas. However, Mr. Speaker, all of this, the APNU-AFC did to our Amerindian people. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are building back the House, starting from the foundation with resilience, because we care for every citizen and the Amerindians are priority. Never again, and I ask my honorable members to say with me, never again, APNU fool the Amerindian population, but we will never be fooled again. Mr. Speaker, I am not finished telling you about the horror story that the APNUFC were the authors of. They have failed the miners and loggers by imposing a tax on capital equipment, leaving hinterland roads in a state of collapse and not offering adequate security. The overall effect of such policy polarities on the part of the APNUFC caused a significant decline in economic activities in the country. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC discriminated against the business community by accepting transparent transactions, using political discretion to process incentives, disposing of state lands and other state assets, and procuring goods and services using secretive processes that were only available to business persons close to the APNU-AFC. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC promised to increase investments, lower taxation, provide jobs, and stimulate wealth creation. Instead, Mr. Speaker, they increased taxes and fees, failed to attract new investments and created jobs, and there was a decumulation of wealth in Guyana. They have failed to offer a coherent plan to address these issues. Mr. Speaker, however, Budget 2023 gives every Guyanese a chance to good education, access good paying jobs, be able to start their own businesses, raise and provide for their family, own their own homes, live in a safe and secure environment, and retire with dignity. Budget 2023 gives every Guyanese full access to equal health care, safe water, the ability to participate in sports and recreation, and free practice of their religion and culture. Mr. Speaker, budget 2023, 41.4% larger than budget 2022, is undoubtedly the largest budget and is fully financed with no new taxes. Budget 2023 is the first budget to benefit from the sale of Guyana's carbon credits, which will amount to 31.3 billion in revenue in 2023, alongside the transfer of 208.9 billion from the NRF to the consolidated fund this year. Budget 2023 strikes a balance between addressing pressing needs for today and the critical investments needed for tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, 3 billion in salary adjustments benefiting 5,000 healthcare workers and 9,000 members of the discipline services. Increase the monthly income tax threshold from 75,000 to 85,000 monthly, releasing a total of 3.3 billion into the hands of taxpayers and removing 12,000 taxpayers from the tax net. Mr. Speaker, the Because We Care cash grant from 25,000 to 35,000. This will benefit, Mr. Speaker, over 214 school children in public and private schools and will replace an additional of 2.1 billion in the hands of their parents. Mr. Speaker, 10 billion was allocated for the expansion of the part-time job, and we heard all sorts of comments about the part-time job, but Mr. Speaker, the opposition does not understand what the part-time job is. 5 billion allocated for an additional cost of living measures to be determined from the ongoing community engagements. So, Mr. Speaker, we're moving with increase of the old age pension from 28,000 to 33,000, placing an additional of 4.4 billion of disposable income in the hands of 73,000 pensioners in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the increase of public assistance from 14,000 to 16,000 to benefit 29,000 persons, and this will place 700 million of disposable income to these individuals. Mr. Speaker, 1.8 billion to commence rehabilitation, expansion, and reconstruction of the Georgetown, New Amsterdam, and Linden hospitals, as well as 4 telemedicine centers in regions 1, 7, 8, and 9. 830 million to complete the design and commence construction of the Bartica Regional Hospital. 1 billion to retrofit and upgrade health centers, health posts, and other facilities across the country. 237 million to upgrade Karasabay, Anai, and Sand Creek health centers into district hospitals providing radiology and laboratory services in Region 9. 2.5 billion for purchases of medical and non-medical equipment in 2023 across all 10 administrative regions of Guyana. Over 500 million for the training of health care professionals. More than 900 million to address non-communicable diseases, including mental health. I'm sorry the opposition is not here. I think this, Mr. Speaker, would have been good for them to benefit from. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, a sum of 94.4 billion has been allocated to further improve access to and the quality of education for all Guyanese. 1.4 billion to further upgrade and extend water supply systems and construct wells in several hinterland communities of regions 1, 2, 7, 8, and 9. 100 million to support activities associated with observance of International Decade for People of African Descent. Also, Mr. Speaker, there is an allocation for the support of the office of the Leader of the Opposition.
Before you go on to any other, you'd need an extension, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for an extension from my colleague to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You have 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Amerindian and Hinterland Development. The PPPC government's commitment following its manifesto promises results in the prioritization of the Guyana's first people's education, health, housing, infrastructure, social well-being, employment, youth development, and development of the village economy. 4.7 billion allocated for Amerindian development programs and initiatives. Mr. Speaker, do you want to hear more? Here is more. Mr. Speaker, 2.7 billion budgeted for the Amerindian Development Fund. 233 Amerindian communities will positively benefit from this allocation. 5 billion for hinterland road development. 500 million to advance Amerindian land titling activities to safeguard and improve the security of land tenure enjoyed by Guyana's indigenous peoples. 124 million for the celebration of Amerindian heritage in 2023. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a people's budget. 91.8 million for the National Two Shows Conference. 500 million for the construction and equipment of ITC hubs in Amerindian villages. Mr. Speaker, the indigenous people will be forefront to directly benefit from the PPPC government's effort on climate change finance, with 15% of revenue received from the sale of carbon credits going towards investment in Amerindian village sustainability plans produced by villages and communities. Mr. Speaker, to every Guyanese, a hope that all our people will prosper and all our people will have an improvement in their lives. Mr. Speaker, it is with this hope that will drive us along the dream that we will see every Guyanese accomplishing their ambition right here in their homeland, Guyana. Mr. Speaker, together we will as a people. Together we must as a people. Together we will move Guyana, this as one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I commend Budget 2023 to this House for passage, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Charlie. And the next presenter is the Honorable Member, Ms. Maureen, Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, as I rise to make my contribution to Budget 2023, I must first say a heartfelt gratitude to the personnel of the Ministry of Finance that would have worked tirelessly to complete the document for its presentation in this noble House. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 was delivered to this nation on January 16th under the theme, Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow, albeit an oxymoron. I wonder what must have been the thoughts of right-thinking Guyanese, including you, Mr. Speaker, and all the honorable members on the other side, when a mere 10 days before its presentation, in excess of 50 Guyanese were made homeless. About improving lives of people today, and of course, shouting one Guyana mantra. Further, Mr. Speaker, as if that was not enough, Ms. Ellis was dismissed from her place of employment, making her both homeless and jobless. And to compound this situation, Mr. Speaker, a 2-year-old child is affected. Sir, unconscionable and heartless. Then the same people are touting one Guyana mantra. When we continue to see the marginalization of the people, even a kiss don't demonstrate love. Let us ask Jesus Christ, who was Judas. The squatters of Pigeon Island were not treated as refugees. They were given $80 million and, of course, titles will be awarded for the land they're occupying. I warned the famous civil rights activist Martin Luther King Jr. said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Beware, the coalition will be back, and Guyanese will once again be treated with dignity and respect." This budget is the largest in 4 years in oil-rich Guyana, with a total of $781.9 billion. While the increased threshold is now $85,000, $10,000 increase, it is woefully inadequate to cushion the high cost of living with this Olympic running prices increase. Mr. Speaker, region number 4 budget was hijacked in 2020. This hijack took place even though elected officials tried feverishly to make their input in representing the people they swore to serve. And we continuously communities, Mr. Speaker. Sir, here we have what Nabaklis Road looks like, and I can make them available to you. I have quite a lot here that you can see. Sir, I want to tell you, sir, Nabaklis Public Road. I want to tell you, sir, this road is referred to as Nabaklis Middle Walk. Yes, the same road Honorable Zulfikar used to visit to talk with the farmer. Over 6,000 residents use this road, but shamingly, the dictator instructed for, Mr. Speaker, this piece of road in Covanjon that houses only 2 families to be given priority. Even the dogs make use of that road. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, none of the road in the backlist is worthy. Even the bridges, Mr. Speaker, are very deplorable. And like I said before, I have them all here. I would lay it over. Mr. Speaker, could not access our home. Am I to understand this is the land of the forgotten? I guess not. I beg that residents can breathe fresh. Ms. Veronica Andrews died and the taxi could not get to the area because of the state of the road. The ambulance did not get there on time, and the Mr. Speaker. Further, I give you some highlight. This is one of Victoria East sideline. Mr. Speaker, I have here the condition again. Mr. Speaker, here, Mr. Speaker, is the condition of some of the roads in Buxton. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Haslington Block 20 Housing Scheme Network, as all of the roads are in deplorable state. I refer to them as Pacific Ocean and Mediterranean Sea. And while I speak, Mr. Speaker, I remember and I want to talk about Beirut. The Honorable Deodat Indar visited and promised the people in that area to give them bridges and roads. It has been 9 months thereafter, and nothing they have received. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, on the 5th of September this year, 5th of September last year, Beirut was plagued with a freak storm. I have something here to show you what was left of the home of 5 of the residents there, Mr. Speaker. I wept for a young couple. The mother is pregnant and has 2 school-age children. This is, of course, the home were destroyed. All was left is just the floor. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the men on mission to reach out and touch. But, Mr. Speaker, you know what? I can make comparison as I move along as to the condition of the roads that exist in other communities. Those I speak of, Mr. Speaker, are communities like Lusignan, Enmore, Enterprise, just to name a few. Of course, but while contracts are awarded and these communities are enhanced, these contracts are given to friends, favorites, and less than 72 hours, they begin to crumble. Green and red villages. Of course, the word shame is unparliamentary, so I will not use that word. I commend the coalition government for the sterling work they have started in preparing titles for the residents of Beirut, which this Jesus Christ superstar, when that community was developed under the PPPC over 2 decades ago. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, under 6211, $21,320,000 was requested. A paltry sum of $18,230,000 was received. This year, $36 million was requested again. Only 26.2 was allocated. How can the office function effectively? How, Honorable Dharam Lal? I say, the color of your heart. I trust that your heart can speak to you, honorable member, and that the Gaffurs has it in stock so you can purchase. That 6211 is the council's budget, and when it is treated this way, the constituencies suffer. All Guyanese must be comfortable. When the continuous discriminatory and dictatorial there were budget discussions, sir, this year, we still see the shameless act based on what was.
You reminded yourself skillfully navigating that.
Withdraw with your guidance, sir. More only 9 were catered for in this mass project of the Cooperative Oil Republic of Guyana. Sir, while I commend the Minister of Education with her sterling contribution, I must admit that some parts were riddled with inaccuracy, of which I'm going to address shortly. In 2022, $72.8 billion was received towards world-class education in Guyana. So, secondary could not have been completed then, but years later, I recall in 2021 when I questioned the honorable member, she said, yet here and now, school is now being completed. Further to that, Mr. Chairman, the honorable member mentioned that no school was built, whether started or completed under the APNU. May I remind the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, that as I stand here, I'm heading one of Guyana premier nursery institutions was built under the APNU AFC government. I further say, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Eastville Secondary School, Eastville Nursery School was constructed, Good Hope Nursery School was constructed, and of course, I can recall Christianburg Primary School was under construction. The minister said, no, not one, and so I beg to correct that anomaly. I want to ask, is this how we want to cater for education? Honorable Manichan for the states. Honorable Manichan for the state, Mr. Goods and services and ensure that all institutions benefit from there. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that schools are starved of textbooks and other accessories, coupled with flooding and infrastructural deficiencies, not limited to electrical, plumbing, and other statics. In 2023, Mr. Speaker, a whopping $94.4 billion has been allocated to education. I trust that the deficiencies mentioned above are catered for. Mr. Speaker, I further want to remember what was said by the Honorable Priya Manichan. How much monies are spent to ensure that SEN education is adequately catered for, but yet too many buses that was requested by Region 4 to take our SEN learners to and from school was denied. Again, minibuses requested to ensure that our learners on the highway get to and from school. Again, that was denied. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the legacy of the coalition. We said it and we proved it. Bus, boats, bicycles, and breakfast. School attendance and school performance improved as a result of initiatives such as the public education and transportation system, which was aimed at combating high truancy and dropout rates by providing same. Mr. Speaker, there should be support for us at-risk students. Programs that provide targeted support for at-risk students, such as those living in poverty or experiencing behavioral or emotional difficulties, can help to keep these students in school. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, I saw a breakaway at one of our premier secondary school.
Let's take a breakaway now and ask for a suspension. Sorry, an extension for you to conclude.
A suspension. Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, I beg that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable member, you may continue to conclude in 5 minutes.
Sir, these should include counseling, academic support, and extracurricular activities. Sir, I know that the ministry would have introduced the guidance and counseling in secondary schools, but it is woefully inadequate. Sir, we were deliberate in developing our human resources with the construction of technical and vocational education and training hubs at Bina Hill, Madhya, Letem, and Mabura to bridge the gap between interland and coastland while enhancing interland access to post-secondary education. Sir, the poor and vulnerable will not benefit from this budget in its current form. Nothing suggests that that the village economy will begin to grow and people's lives will be impacted. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I remind us of the words of reggae legend Buju Banton's song, Untold Stories. I am living while I'm living, to the Father I will pray. Only Him know how we get through every day. With all the hikes in the price, arm and leg we have to pay, while our leaders play. Who can afford to run will run, but what about those who can't? They will have to stay. I say to my Guyanese, hold the strain, hold the strain, change will come. As a result, Mr. Speaker, as a result of this, sir, I cannot support this budget in this form.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And now for the Honourable Member, Mr. Sipal Narain.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to have this opportunity to speak the budget 2023. Indeed, the budget, when implemented, will take us further down the developmental path and bring us closer to our national goals. Budget 2023 envisages a steadily developing country where our people live in a cohesive and modern society, where their dreams are made possible, and where families can make meaningful contributions to our country. These, Mr. Speaker, I see as the lofty ideals Budget 2023 is set against, as we strive for equality and ensure the fruits of development are shared by everyone. As I've listened to the debate and comments outside of this August House, Mr. Speaker, I've come to two realizations. One, Mr. Speaker, the APNU and the AFC, since the budget presentation, have not advanced anything meaningfully. Several presenters from that side of the House, rather than constructive submissions, have resorted to divisive rhetoric. Mr. Speaker, I understand the opposition excluding, of course, the Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, apart from the depression of divorce, they have nothing to say. Maybe it is, as Vice President Dr. Bara Jagdeo said, they do not understand the construct of Budget 2023. Mr. Speaker, I would urge the honorable members on that side of the House to enjoin the government in advancing a program benefiting all Guyanese. But I wonder, is the opposition really committed to nation building, or is it all huff and puff? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, these debates articulate policies and measures advanced in Budget 2023. Though we may be distracted by the spuriousness emanating from the now divorced coalition, I do not believe, Mr. Speaker, our Guyanese brothers and sisters can fully grasp from these exchanges what is in store for them. Indeed, Budget 2023 is wide-ranging and comprehensive, and as I commend it, I am confident that the government, after we wrap up our debate, will continue to lay out the budget's plans and programs. Our Guyanese family, as His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali puts it, must know what their government has in store for them.
Budget 2023 has been hailed, Mr. Speaker, as history-making and transformative. This year's budget is our nation's largest and will redouble efforts to enhance our people's welfare. Moreover, the plans of the budget will hasten the transformative agenda and reshape our landscape. Budget 2023 brings the Guyanese working man and woman closer to their aspirations. It makes the dream of home ownership easier and affordable. It demolishes the concept that owning a motor vehicle is a luxury, and at the same time, it puts more money into the hands of our workers with no new taxes. For me, Mr. Speaker, this is what makes Budget 2023 history-making and transformative. Never in our history was it so exciting to be a Guyanese. Never there was so much to expect, and never was there such national pride. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is almost unbelievable to recognize that in such a short period, the Irfaan Ali-led government has reversed our nation from the lethargy that characterized our national space during the 5 years of the coalition. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 allocates a significant sum of its expenditure towards the social sectors. Such investments have been a hallmark of every PPPC government. The PPP, since its foundation, has always been a pro-people, pro-development party committed to improving the lives of our people. Past and present PPPC governments, investments in education, health, water, housing, and social services not only protect our Guyanese family today, but ensure that tomorrow and the days after are bright, fruitful, and prosperous. Budget 2023, welcoming, continues and expands on that proud path and placing our people's well-being as its center. Mr. Speaker, 2023 has earmarked almost $95 billion for the education sector. Today, the aspirations of our nation's children are no longer confined to their dreams. In the sector, I recognize the expansion of infrastructure alongside enhanced capacity and capabilities. These investments bode well for our nation's children. That apart, the opportunities to attain a university education has been enhanced through investments in the University of Guyana and the Gold Program. Emphasis on expanding technical and vocational education to expand our pool of artisans is also helping to mold our nation. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, enhancements in healthcare are assured as several new hospitals are under construction. I recognize too the emphasis on strengthening and improving our capabilities as the sector in an upward trajectory. This is a far cry from the days of the infamous condom bond. Budget 2023 also provides more breathing and greater opportunities for our healthcare professionals. Likewise, expenditure to expand the provision of treated water is laudable. We are told very soon most citizens will benefit from fully treated water. Given the rundown state of the water company in 2020, this is a remarkable achievement and a reminder of the government's commitment to bettering the lives of our people. In housing, substantial sums have been allocated. Indeed, the demand is significant, as the former coalition government really did nothing when in office. But our comrades in that sector are not daunted, and unlike their predecessors, are hard at work, expanding our housing stock. Indeed, the dream of home ownership has been and is being realized by thousands of Guyanese under the PPPC. The continuing and expanding support to our poor and vulnerable must also attract our appreciation. Mr. Speaker, today, the helping hand of the state remains a source of comfort for many of our Guyanese brothers and sisters. I'm fortified in my belief that President Ali and his government in the coming years will ensure that such assistance is expanded. Comrade Speaker, I also paid keen attention to what Budget 2023 has for our workers. And I must say that me nor the working class are disappointed. Mr. Speaker, our workers stand to receive aggregately more than $3 billion just through the improvement of the income tax threshold. And that's only one policy. In the interest of the workers too, our government, this PPPC government, has continued not to levy any taxes on fuel, foregoing some $17 billion in revenue. Additionally, reduction in freight charges for imports is meaningfully assisting in mitigating the rising cost of living. And financial support to both the GPL and GWI to maintain electricity and water tariffs represents significant support to the working class. Since the presentation of budget, I have seen in the media and elsewhere some wild statements by honorable members of the Divorce Coalition. They have short memory. Just a few years ago, Guyanese had to pay taxes on water and electricity. Our children had to pay VAT to go to school. And when we visited the hospitals, taxes were charged, as well as a host of others hikes. Today, Mr. Speaker, the Irfaan Ali government has removed those burdens from the backs of the working class, placing a substantial sum of monies in the pockets of our working people. Today, Mr. Speaker, it is the PPPC which is giving and not taking from our workers. And today, Mr. Speaker, it is this government which is chartering a prosperous course for all Guyana. Mr. Speaker, while our colleagues from the coalition may want to mouth off, their records of destruction speaks loudly. It is chalk to cheese when compared to what the PPPC has done in a relatively short period of time. Mr. Speaker, as someone very close to the sugar industry, I laud the budget's allocation of $4 billion to the Guyana Sugar Corporation, Inc., GAISUCU. This support will continue the effort of repairing the purposeful and vindictive damage inflicted by the APNU AFC when in government. The reorientation of the industry is moving at a pace, and I recognize the efforts to improve revenues, enhance efficiency, and reduce costs. The expansion of the packaging plant at Blemont and the construction of a new plant at Albion will undoubtedly enhance the industry's march to sustainability. Packet sugar, Mr. Speaker, is sold higher than what is obtained from raw bulk sugar. I am aware that the industry has secure markets in several countries, however, is limited by its packaging capacity. This is welcoming news, Mr. Speaker, and is an indicator that we are moving in the right direction. The efforts to enhance mechanization also present greater opportunities to improve productivity and efficiency. I'm certain that these investments will pay dividends several times over and redound to the industry's performance. On sugar, Mr. Speaker, I saw opposition member, the Honorable Amanza Walton Desir, saying in a news report that the investment in the sugar industry was throwing monies into a black hole. And the Honorable Ramjatan said bad investment, and its colleagues in the APNU AFC right-sized the industry. Mr. Speaker, it was the same Ramjatan honorable member and the infamous Nimakaram who promised the sugar workers 20% increase, and during their term of government, not a cent, and dismissed 7,000 workers under the guise of right size. It was the same Honorable Ramjatan when he was Vice President who refused to have an impact assessment study done. And Mr. Chairman, Comrade Speaker, it can only take evil people to commit the acts that they have committed against those poor workers. Mr. Speaker, this naked, undisguised insult to sugar workers and all our people in the sugar belt must not be tolerated. It has no place in our society. Does the honorable members, and for that matter, the wider APNU and AFC, have no care or regard for the thousands who depend on the industry? Or is it that those in the sugar belt are lesser morals, destined to some inhumane existence? Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable that such derogatory sentiments could come from the opposition, excluding, of course, the Deputy Speaker.
At this time, we will need an extension for you to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that my colleague be given additional time to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, you may continue
Thank
to
you,
conclude in 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable that such derogatory sentiments could come from the opposition, especially when they are aware of the painful consequences of their callous decision when in government that caused tens of thousands in the sugar belt to be pushed into a miserable existence. But let it be known, Mr. Speaker, every insult against the sugar workers, some who are supporters of the APNU, would be a nail in the coffin of the AFC APNU. Their time in the opposition would be extended as fresh smoke rise from the chimneys of Rose Hall Estate and life flourishes again in the sugar belt under this PPPC government with provisions in our 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Minister Dr. Ashni Singh and his team at the Ministry of Finance. I also recognize the leadership of President Dr. Irfan Ali, Vice President Dr. Bara Jagdeo, and the Cabinet in developing and advancing a budget for the people. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 will advance the well-being, welfare, and standard of living of all our people. It places Guyana further along the journey of prosperity, and it brings one's dreams into reality for thousands of people. Budget 2023 consolidates the achievements since the PPPC re-entry into office in 2020. It represents a continuation of the party's contract with the Guyanese people, and it is a tangible manifestation of the Guyana we yearn for. Mr. Speaker, I commend once again Budget 2023 and encourage all Guyanese, our family, to reject the narrow and divisive diatribe coming from the APNU AFC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Ms. Sheila Veerasamy, to conclude tonight's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I would like to congratulate my colleague and comrade, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Singh, Senior Minister in the Office of the President, with responsibility for finance, for bringing to this House the most transformative and people-centered budget. You, my comrade, continues to amaze Guyanese with your eloquence and the way you captured and offer resolutions to the issues affecting them. You presented a budget by the PPP Civic that is based on the PPP Civic Manifesto, and you also include His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali's vision for one Guyana. Thank you, comrade. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the hardworking staff at the Ministry of Finance and all government agencies who contributed to the preparation of Budget 2023 under the theme, Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to clarify a few issues raised in this House by members of the opposition. Sir, I would like to state that no amount of spinning of the truth with a web of lies will change the reality of this budget.
You have to withdraw lies. Yeah, but I asked that you withdraw lies. I didn't hear that.
This budget is for all people, and it will begin the transformation of Guyana into a modern country. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 focuses on people, infrastructural enhancement, and economic diversification. The transformation plan outline aims at improving the lives of everyone, all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, we understand that this is a debate, and in every debate, there is a proposition and an opposition. And the responsibility of the opposition is to destroy the credibility of the proposition. Well, sir, we are not here to be destroyed. We are here to inform the Guyanese and correct all the distortions. Sir, our Guyanese sisters and brothers are smart people. They know that this budget was prepared with them in mind. They know that this budget was prepared with them to give them a future that they all deserve. They know that the PPP civic government is serving their interests. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to forge ahead to improve our people's lives, the infrastructure, to diversify this economy, to strengthen our legislative system, and to improve our services across Guyana. Sir, economic growth and development will directly improve people's socioeconomic and psychosocial well-being. We will build a Guyana that will be admired by all, while we maintain our cherished Guyanese hospitality. Mr. Speaker, to drive the transformation projects outlined in the budget, Guyana needs a workforce that is educated and skilled. This workforce will build the one Guyana envisioned. This workforce will be created through the Gold Scholarships, the Board of Industrial Training that they do, the more than a couple, well, dozen of courses, the WIN training program. Of course, we have the University of Guyana, the premier tertiary educational facility, and the numerous educational institutions around Guyana. But I refer to the above three because they are fully financed by the government of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the larger percentage of the Gold Scholarship beneficiaries are women, and the WIN program also caters to the need of mostly women, while BIT focuses on improving the skills of the youths, including young women. Mr. Speaker, this budget is gender-focused and gender-sensitive. Mr. Speaker, the projected infrastructural expansion and beautification of our country will amaze all. We cannot continue to be wowed by other people's country. We have to work together to make Guyana into the paradise it can be. Mr. Speaker, do you remember why we are lagging behind other parts of the world? It is because of what the PNC did to us
for 28 years between 1964 and 1992. It was their mismanagement, rigged elections, starvation, and bankrupt policies that stymied Guyana's economic growth and development. Those same bankrupt ideas were exhibited between 2015 and 2020 that resulted in the economy contracting and people were kicked out of their jobs. And imagine, on top of all of that, the increased taxation. That pushed our people further or backwards into impoverishment. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance outlined numerous infrastructural projects, which includes the 4-lane Demerara Harbor Bridge, the highway from Ogle to Eccles, the many hinterland bridges, the farm-to-market roads, highways, the refurbishment of community roads and bridges, not forgetting gas-to-shore project. Sir, these projects will contribute to improving people's lives and save them time and money. Good roads will get people from one place to another in a shorter span of time. Mr. Speaker, the developmental projects outlined will create jobs and put billions of dollars in disposable income into the pockets of working-class Guyanese. And sir, when money goes into family, women benefits, children benefits, elders benefits. Mr. Speaker, allow me to deviate for a minute. Sir, let me remind you how taxpayers' money was spent by the coalition while in government between 2015 and 2020. Remember the drug bonds, sir? Only two I will remind you of. A small house they rented from one of their allies and paid $12.5 million per month in rent. Can you remember the $1+ billion that was spent to build the Durban Park Stadium that now houses vagrants? Can you remember the $600 million that the Auditor General said that could not be accounted for? Sir, we can spend the rest of the night here and debate APNU AFC incompetence and how they squander the money of the taxpayers while they were in office. Mr. Speaker, APNU AFC coalition laments that 2023 budget has nothing for workers or Guyanese. Let me remind ourselves of the APNU AFC salary increases paid to public servants between 2015 and 2020. Sir, public servants know that the salary increases they were given during 2015-2020 was a sham. Mr. Speaker, they were more impoverished and mothers had a difficult time providing for their children. Ask mothers about the 10,000 because we care cash grant that it took away from our children. And Mr. Speaker, they had the audacity to impose 14% VAT or taxes on school items, medical supplies, and food items. Ask elders and they will tell you how they were affected when the water subsidy, when the subsidy for electricity and water was taken away. Ask elders how they felt when the VAT was imposed on those very utilities, including internet, food, and medical supplies. AFC gave openly, then stealthily took it away in taxes from our people. Mr. Speaker, let us talk about the PPP civic government, what it has done in the last 2.5 years for our people in relation to salaries and the billions of dollars in disposable income that have been put into the pockets of our people. Firstly, no taxes were imposed on our people in the last 4 budgets. VAT was removed from food items, school supplies, medical items, medication, machineries, equipments, and the latest one, sir, VAT was removed from housing materials. We have a housing boom in this country, and this is a very welcome initiative. Sir, VAT was removed from water and electricity and internet. Several taxes were restored to 2015 levels. Land rents in MMA was restored to 2015 levels. And sir, in 2022, income tax threshold was raised from 65 to 75,000, and this year it was raised from 75 to 85,000. When we raise the tax threshold, sir, we like to be silent and we like to criticize, but this tax threshold put, no matter how small amount, it has put some money in the pockets of our workers. In 2021, over 50,000 public servants, teachers, members of the disciplinary services, and government pensioners received 7% retroactive salary to January. You come here every single year, you criticize the budget of not raising salary, but you know what? We give increased salaries at the end of the year, and women can take that money and go and buy a hell of a lot of things and give it to their families. Sir, in 2022, approximately 52,000 of those workers were given increase in salaries of 8% retroactive to January. Sir, in December 2022, President Ali announced major salary increases for doctors, nurses, and health workers, law enforcement officers, and military personnel. They were also given a one-off cash grant, military personnel, at the end of the last year. Sir, increased salaries for that level of workers is a manifesto promise kept. In 2020, household received $25,000 COVID cash grant, and all frontline workers received COVID-19 packages in their salaries. This continued in 2021, and our hinterland sisters and brothers also benefited. Mr. Speaker, you are aware of the stimulus packages or cash grants that were given to our people, sugar workers, fishermen, children with disability, etc., to help them with poverty alleviation. Mr. Speaker, can you remember the APNU AFC promise of a good life to Guyanese between 2015 to about 2018? Can you remember that the Minister of Finance, Mr. Winston Jordan, changed his narrative in 2019 budget when he said his government never promised a good life in the first 5 years? Well, all of us probably were hearing a different music. Sir, can you remember that the slogan of a good life that was accompanied by the slogan of this is our time? Sir, it was this kind of false promises that caused the voters to cast them aside in 2020, and democracy was restored in August 2020 after 5 long months of APNU AFC varied attempts of rigging the March 2020 elections. But sir, they forgot one very, very important thing. This is not 1964 to 1992. This is an era of social media, internet, science, and technology. In this era, our people are educated, they listen, assimilate, rationalize, and more, they read and they observe. Experience became their greatest teacher, and they know that all they received from APNU AFC between 2015-2020 was a promise of a good life that became a good lie. Sir, we in the PPP Civic do not make empty promises. Our manifesto promises were carefully considered to guarantee maximum benefits for all. Now, it is implementation time. And sir, we are known for not breaking promises, and we are known to work hard to defend democracy, and we will build a prosperous Guyana for all to enjoy. Mr. Speaker, people are living healthier lives today because of the vast improvements in medical science and because of the increased number of doctors available to patients and to improve their lives. Sir, the PPP Civic government, from 100 and something doctors, we have about 1,500 doctors across this country. That is a very, very important point to note. And this is something the opposition benches, the honorable members on the opposition benches seems to forget. Sir, to guarantee and improve healthcare systems, hospital and health centers will be equipped with modern amenities, trained staff, and improved services. This is a welcome initiative in rural and hinterland communities. Sir, every district across Guyana has healthcare system, and hinterland communities have health outposts, health workers, and medics. Further, health centers across Guyana have doctors, and most have pharmacies, and many are moving to provide labs. so that patients do not have to travel to main hospitals to get their blood work done while being ill. Sir, we promised improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow. Sir, this is what we mean. Reducing maternal death, improving antenatal care, building new hospitals in rural communities, and equipping them with human and technical resources, improving diagnostic capabilities, and bringing health care closer to home. Mr. Speaker, to reduce and eliminate maternal deaths and child mortality, the new state-of-the-art hospital is a dream come true for expectant mothers. This hospital is a direct benefit for our women. 2023 budget is a promise made and a promise kept.
Honorable member, this is a good time to seek an extension for you so that you can conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that my colleague be given additional time to complete her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable member, you have 5 minutes to conclude your presentation.
Mr. Speaker, 8,000 of the 20,000 house lots allocated in the last 2 years were allocated to women. Sir, we have done a fantastic job of ensuring that households have access to potable water, and we will be spending the next couple of years to work on ensuring that households receive treated water. Sir, in the 1970s and 80s, the older comrades or the older persons in this house will remember that women used to have to walk miles away from their homes to fetch a bucket of water to give their family to drink. Now, that time is spent with their children and with their family. Quality time, sir, is diverted elsewhere. Gold scholarships, sir. As promised, 14,000 of the 20,000 scholarships were awarded. And guess what, sir? About 60% of those are given to women because the women are coming forward and applying for the scholarships, right? Yeah. So imagine that, sir. This budget, and the opposition is saying this budget has nothing for people. It boggles one's mind to understand where they're coming from. Can you remember, sir, that in the 1970s and 80s, many girl children could not have access to tertiary education? It was because, sir, of the compulsory national service. Well, sir, gold scholarship doesn't tie anybody to anything. Imagine how far we have moved ahead. We are building, sir, an educated nation that will take Guyana from where it is to where it's supposed to be. Sir, parents of almost 200,000 children are waiting anxiously for the Because We Care and Uniform Cash Grant of $40,000. One of my staff, sir, came to me and said, Ms. Versami, is it true I'm going to be getting $40,000 for my children? You mean this year I don't have to spend a cent from my pocket to buy school things for them? I said, yes. Comrade, y'all didn't give them a cent. Y'all took it away. Sir, even children in private schools are receiving the same benefit. Sir, not like the David G. buses, boats, bags, boots, bicycle program that benefited the children of certain communities. Sir, this budget has allocated funds to ensure that 85,000 children benefiting from the school feeding program. Sir, when parents don't have to provide meals for their children, monies remain in their pocket to do something else. Sir, the WIN program is working excellently, reaching out to women and girls across Guyana. More than 8,500 women and a few men were trained in the last 2 years. And sir, I had called out the ministers of the coalition while we were in opposition, telling them, encouraging them to use the institution to educate our girls. Sir, we are back on par. Thank you, Dr. Vindhya Prasad. Old age pension, we decry the monies given to old age pensioners. Well, sir, old age pensioners are not only given $5,000 in increase, VAT was removed from those utilities, and guess what? Water subsidy was given back to them. Sir, children up to 18 years old receive that cash grant. But sir, that is not enough. Those children are going to be put on a fixed establishment where they will be given that public assistance. And sir, over the years, public assistance will continue to grow and parents are going to get more help for them. Sir, under the coalition, one could not access wheelchair. Just one more point, sir. Under the coalition, parents could not have access wheelchair for their children or their family members. This has been remedied by the PPP civic government. No one will go without a wheelchair, a walker, or a walking stick. We must respect the people who are suffering from disability. Sir, I commend this budget for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, we have completed our business for today. I now call on the Acting Prime Minister, the Honorable Member Anil Nandalal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for continuation.
Thank you, honorable members. We are now adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.